Hi. Good morning if you're in the west coast of the US. Good evening if you're in UK, number one, or Europe. And I guess good middle of the night if you're in India or something like that. Anyway, how are you guys doing? It's stream number 280. And I hope to get some measurements of my game's Lewis scripts today. Oh, Adam, EJ. I must respond with Rainbow 8 EJ to balance. There must be balance in the force. Playing LOL League of Legends, or is it Laugh Out Loud? Or both? Anyway, I've been working on trying to get up tools to see how slow my scripts are, and I have them ready to go. Just need to integrate them. So hello Endorn and hello Nui. I saw that you were chatting before the stream started. As always for me on Tuesday, general rules, I'm going to be a few minutes late. I should probably just build that into my schedule, shouldn't I? Anyway, hope everybody had a great weekend. It was a 3-day weekend for us in the US because it was Veterans Day. And I was not very motivated to do anything over the weekend, so it was sort of a blah weekend. Anyway, some post-stream stuff from Friday. So I was looking at these numbers, and at first I thought these numbers were wrong. So these are performance metrics that I got from using the new tool I made, using it to just measure a Fibonacci script. So let me bring that Fibonacci script on the screen because it should be an easy to understand example. There it is. So the main function loops from 0 to 10, calling Fibonacci and printing out the result. And Fibonacci is recursive. So this is the standard textbook Fibonacci function. That's recursive. And this is the report I get by instrumenting that script and getting a report at the end. So the total amount of time is 51.8 no, 5.18514 milliseconds, right? I guess I was reading that wrong on Friday. I thought it was 51, but it's 5.18514. Anyway, so initially I thought there was a bug because the amount of time it says main spent in Fibonacci was 0.03 milliseconds. But then Fibonacci total was 5 times that. Turns out this number is actually accurate. What's happening is when Fibonacci calls itself recursively, the time spent in that recursive call is counted multiple times. In fact, it's counted however deep that recursive call stack gets. Let's say it gets down to 8, 9, which is probably what's happening when we're going to 10, right? All 8 or 9 levels of the stack are counted the amount of time it takes. So to get the true amount of time, you either get how much time main thinks it was spent in Fibonacci, or you can see what time total Fibonacci has and subtract the recursive calls. So if you just subtract these two, 16.4 minus 13, you get about 3.4. In fact, you get precisely this number. So our numbers are good. It just looks a little weird when it's recursive. You have to take a difference or look at the caller to see the actual number. But otherwise, we're good. So I'm going to work today to get this stuff integrated into my game. Unless there are any other questions. I need to finish setting up the stream, though. So what I like to do, sorry for the blinding white there. I need to look into seeing if Chrome can start with black, and then I need to research more to try to get dark theme working on OneNote Online, because it's otherwise everything else I use is pretty much dark mode. It's only this accursed thing that's not dark mode. They still haven't added it, right? Nope, no dark mode. Unless it's buried somewhere and I don't see it. Okay, I'm getting a link to today's page, and I'm going to TinyURL. Paste. I guess TinyURL needs a dark mode too. Copy to clipboard. Verify this link works. Cool, works. So back to here, to blessed dark mode again. Put the link there. And let me put it in my Discord for people who look at that. Oh, I get 2 cries and a thumbs up from my notice yesterday that I wouldn't be streaming. Aw, you guys didn't have to cry. 715209 develop it. Galley from Hell reacted with thumbs up. Yeah, thumbs up indeed. Had a good 3-day weekend. except for not being motivated, but 3-day weekends are always good, right? Even if you don't have the best time, I guess. Still nice to have 3 days off instead of 2. Let's see. Today I hope to integrate my Lewis script performance measurement tool, Moon Clock, into my game and actually start measuring my game's script's performance. And I know you guys can't see that. I don't like to show the Discord thing on stream. I'm just doing that off stream. All right. Anything else I forgot? I forgot to start the view timer. Okay, that's done. Did I forget anything else? Mic looks good. No one said anything about not seeing anything or me missing anything. Should we get started? I need to spend some time improving my stream's layout, scenes, and stuff like that. I also need to go back and look at previous streams' notes. And I think the only way I'm ever going to do those things is to do it while I'm streaming. So one of these days, I'm going to have a special stream where I go through and compile all the notes that I have and then maybe work on some improving the stream overlay and scenes and stuff like that. Okay, into the coding. So there's Moon Clock. Here's the Realm server. I think all I really need to do is integrate the two. So let's list it here. Moon Clock. And then let's get set to include a Moon Clock where we have the new interpreter. I don't know if I put it under include. I probably put it under source ECS components HPP. Okay. It's not there. Maybe it's in the CPP. I think it might be here. Where are you? No, not okay, so where is it? Where is the script interpreter? Oh, I have forgotten. I thought for sure it was built into components impl, which is here. I expect to see it here, but I don't see it. Has it been that long that I've forgotten where stuff is in my own game? Probably. That extension for dark mode? What's that long tag at the end? It looks fishy. Let me just take the first part of the link. I wonder if that end part is some kind of state thing. Really? I need the entire link? What is that? What's this thing? Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, so I tried that, and it doesn't work with OneNote Online. So that's this thing, right? Dark Reader. So let's demonstrate. Maybe I'm doing something wrong, and you can tell me what I'm doing wrong here. So I go to my OneNote, right? Let's go to today's log. And then I engage the Dark Reader on. Look what it does. That works. This now becomes unreadable, and I don't know how to fix that. Hey there, Manes. So maybe it's something I'm doing here. Yeah, exactly, Endor. And it's like, maybe it's just something I screwed up with this thing. Who knows? But yeah, it doesn't really work for me. It's like it insists on making it white no matter what. It's like Dark Reader can't figure it out. So I'm like, oh well, gave up. It's there though. If I ever figure it out, maybe I'll get it to work in dark mode. I don't know, one of these days. But thank you for pointing that out, Endurin. That might be useful for other people, that extension. All right, I'm looking for my script interpreter. I forget where I put it. Oh, I have script host. That's where it is. Okay. Why did I put it as a separate thing? Is that because I envision that it would be more than just the entity component system would use it? Don't need to look at Iron Glove. Let me hide Iron Glove. Glove. Back end. I unhid it for some reason over the weekend. Hey, Almighty Games Dev and Atomic Nibble. And what am I doing, Manas? I'm going to be integrating a tool into my game that I was building last week. This is the tools report example with an example script right here, the Fibonacci numbers. Just something short and simple, but a little bit complex with the recursion in there. And I get a nice report about how much time it took in every function. So how much time it overall took, 5.2 milliseconds. Of that, it's 0.03 milliseconds to actually do Fibonacci. The majority of the time, the vast majority, is actually doing the print statements for right here. These print statements actually take a lot longer than it actually takes to run Fibonacci. But this is just a test. Now I'm going to do the real thing by taking the same tool and putting it into my game and letting the game run and then getting a similar kind of report. Was my dark OneNote shared? Yeah. But I don't have my bot running. I knew I forgot something. I always forget something. Actually, that means I forgot two things. I didn't go and turn on the bot, and then I didn't update the today command. Let me do that. That is still correct, but the link is wrong now. The link is here. Let's put it where it should go. Update. Now we can do the notes. Unless the bot didn't work. Huh. I guess it needs a new token. Let me verify. Every once in a while, the OAuth token gets old. Let's see. Oh, interesting. It's the server crashed. Okay, now it's up and running. Interesting. Does that mean the today command didn't get posted? Let's see. Anyway, while we're waiting for me to figure this out, the note should be working again. I just don't know if the today command got reposted. Nope. Let's fix it. Update. There we go. Let's check it out here. Today. It looks good now. All right, so that's done. You can get to my notebook online there. And Almighty Games Dev asked, let's see. Let's try this cool thing I have here. There we go, in the right there. How far along is my game? If you're wanting to ask me, I wanted to ask if I'd be interested in being a guest in your channel for an interview. Okay, sure. I mean, I'm still consider myself a brand new game dev. I'm a long-time programmer, but small-time game dev. But sure. How far along is my game? Let me show you. Okay, right now Chrome decided to do updates. Why are you doing this to me, Chrome? Now Chrome won't start. Epic Unknown 6 months? Oh my goodness. Thank you. Thank you for your support. I appreciate that a lot. But for some reason, Chrome doesn't want to start for me. Maybe I need to kill it. Okay. Is it going to be one of those days? It's like Monday, but it's only, it's Tuesday instead of Monday. Where are you, Chrome, and why are you not running? Let's do all processes. Yes. Chrome, where are you? I have a feeling it, yeah, there you are. I think you need to die an entire tree. And then I can start you again. Yeah, so who knows what it was. All right, so here's where how far my game is along now. It is to the point where I wanted to start actually putting content into the game. So the first piece of content is George the NPC here. I mean, I don't know if he's going to be called George or if the nameplate will always show, but the idea is when you start my game, you will end up in between the realms here. and you'll walk through this doorway. This is a mysterious hallway with doors that are locked, and then you go through. It's kind of reminiscent of the Dark Tower from Stephen King, right? So you walk through that doorway and zap your way over here, and it won't show up lit like this. For a real player, it shows kind of dark. So probably be a good idea for me to actually, instead of showing it from the GM's point of view, actually log in and play. Log in with Twitch. Here I am. So you'd appear here, and the idea is this is a friendly NPC who would guide you through this level, and there'd be some story dialogue as well to kind of let the player know what's going on. And one of the things George will teach you is the conversation system. So he'll probably come up to you and engage you in the conversation system without you having to do anything. Right now, you have to actually go find him and say, help, lead me out, yes. And there's a little bug right now that I need to work on still, that these slimes, when they're on the other side there, George gets stuck. So George will actually now lead me out, and he'll fight the slimes for me. In fact, he's going to kill them all. Oh, and he's stuck on that one. Here, put that one up there. There we go. I need to work on his pathfinding. When he aggroes a monster, he goes off and fights them, and then he returns back to where he was on the path before, kind of like what happens in World of Warcraft. And I don't technically need to do that. I could just be recomputing the path to the goal from wherever he ends up. Anyway, he leads you out here, and you're like, okay, this is the town, and there are some NPCs there, but they don't really do much yet. I'm just going to follow George back because I don't want to have to fight in this dungeon. I'm going to go back to that safe spot. Oh, he went off and fought something. So this kind of demonstrates what I have so far in the game. I have the rendering system, lighting and shadowing, stuff like that. And I'm getting a phone call from Mrs. Raimu, and so it means I have to take it. I'll be right back. I don't think Mrs. Raimu remembered I was streaming today. On your side, all the notes seem dark in dark mode. Which page did I have issues with? It was just the current today on log, the current today one, the current page for today. Anyway, back to this. So let's see. Did I miss anything? Kill Explorer.exe, such a memory hog program. Yeah, sometimes Explorer.exe. Maybe it's some kind of priority at NPC tasks leading out a cave higher priority than killing mobs. But I want them to go kill the mobs that are in the way. So the problem with George's script right now, I had been working out in the test environment. The way he determines what monsters to chase and fight is based off of line of sight distance and not pathfinding distance. And so when he sees a slime that's just across this water channel, he'll try to chase it, and he can't move on top of the water, so he kind of gets stuck. So I fixed that in the test environment where he would just never see the slime sitting here because he's got to go all the way around, right? But the game got really slow when I started introducing the pathfinding stuff. Excuse me. So it led me to think I need to have more tools as I'm developing these Lua scripts. So that's what I've been doing the last week. Formatted assure us to invite a game developer guest to interview them while your assistant, Robert J. Dole, plays my game in the background, attempting to break it. Well, my game isn't ready to break yet. His agenda is just finding things that are vulnerable, finding out how to repeat the bugs that he finds. I think it'd be more useful if I get more of a game in place and then have him try to break it. Right now, I already have like 150 something bugs, so he would probably just end up finding all of them again. But the game is online now. Robert J. Doe is welcome to create an account and try to break it. I have two ways to report issues in the game. Either in this special GitHub repo for issues, or there's also a built-in issue reporting system. You just go to that and you hit new, and then you say it's a bug, and you say whatever, report, and it ends up on my list as a GM. And so, for example, there's this kind of like a little built-in ticketing system. As I report back information or ask questions, it shows up here, and then a player can add notes until the ticket's closed and locked and stuff like that. So we can either Robert J. Doles, welcome to log in, create a account, or log in with Twitch, and for what it's worth, for what little test content I have, he can try to find issues with it. Probably, I would expect that he would find the 100-some bugs I already have that I haven't gotten a chance to fix yet. But if he finds others, that'd be cool too. Yeah, so the game isn't far along enough yet, I guess. At least for the testing of the game, I think we need to wait some more months. So yeah, but that'd be cool to, whenever we feel we're ready to do that, that'd be cool. All right. So back to this, I think. I was looking to see where. Yeah, we'll talk soon. And by the way, if you guys don't know, Almighty Games Dev should be obvious from what he's saying, but you should check out his stream if you haven't. He's a great developer working on games in Unity and other things. And last time I looked, you were still working on your tabletop D&D game. It was looking pretty cool. I liked it. And also playtesting other people's games like Adam C. Eunice's Insignia game. You were interviewing him, and while Robert was breaking Insignia, and he managed to do that, which was cool. Okay, I'm trying to remember why I have script host as a separate class. Oh, right, because the dialogue system has to go and evaluate scripts too. That's why. That makes sense. So let's make the instrumentation tools part of script host. Oh, the built-in one? The built-in bug reporting system is got good and bad things associated with it. So I've been using it it automatically opens a name check type ticket whenever someone creates a new player, because we want to check to make sure the names are acceptable. So it's sort of like moderation of the names that people pick for the games. But the ticketing system itself took a while, and you can argue, well, it's sort of a waste of time because someone could just use the GitHub or some other way. But I think it's kind of cool to have an option there. If people don't want to log into GitHub or whatnot, they can use the in-game system. Also, the in-game system's used if someone's misbehaving in the game. You can report them like you'd expect. It generates a ticket, and GM can it captures a. Like if you reported what they said in chat, it captures a record of that, and we keep logs of chat for a week so the GM can review it and see, oh yeah, that guy is being a jerk, so, consequences and all that. A unique idea? The bug reporting thing? I've seen it in other games. Maybe not the full integrated, like, ticket system, but a lot of them at least have, like, a, report a bug, enter something in there, and it might integrate into some other backend system, I guess. Okay, let's leave that up. All right. Where is the header file for this thing? Right here. Oh, that's the interface. I need the implementation. All right. Here we go. So there's the Lua state. So that's actually all I have in Scriptos is just the Lua state. So I'm probably going to add it right here, but I want to try to do this with test-driven development. All right. Yeah, let's go. Do I have? I don't even have a script host tests. That's how bad I am. There should be one though. Yeah, let's make it. It's missing. I should have one. Let's take this one and copy it. Script host tests. Go to the build system. Yeah, right here. Script host tests. Okay. Oh, by the way, I haven't waved to all of you fine folks that joined in the last half an hour. Almighty Game Step, hi. Epic Unknown, hi. Resubaka, I didn't even see you say anything. Oh, you waved. You're buried in there. Hi. And Atomic Nibble, of course. Hello. Okay. It feels like a Monday to me. Like it's taking my brain longer to get to things. My apologies for how slow I am sometimes. So let's take that and replace that script host. This module contains the unit tests of the Realm Server script host class. Exactly. Do I need Lua? I don't think I do. I don't think I need any of this stuff. Let's just delete it all. I really just want the subclass of Google test testing test test fixture. Properties, we'll have a script host, right? Realm server script host. I don't know if we'll need this setup and tear down, but we'll keep it just in case. What will our first test be? I don't know, let's look at the API. I guess we could just test evaluate, excuse me, or call. Load, we could try any of these things, right? Just to start off with, just to get what's the right word? Just to get warmed up. I think we'll test call and load script together. Load script and call. Oh, and I was telling myself I was going to make the snake case to make it easier to read from now on. There we go. Same thing with this. Actually, no, let's leave that the way it is. Okay, so ultimately we're going to call script host load, and I got to load something. Foo. And then the script. Let's have it load a script that's broken and a script that's not broken. So expect true. Actually, let's bring this out. Const auto good script load result is that, and then we'll have one for bad. Bad script load result. Hey there, Toulouse. Good morning. How are you doing? Hope you had a good 3-day weekend. Hope your alter ego had a great time trying out all the cool Minecraft mods, mod packs and stuff like that. It shows my name in the overlay today. It shows my name. Oh yeah, why is that? No 3-day weekend for you though. Oh no. I'm sorry to hear that. I guess that's true, huh? It was just when my kids have the day off from school, I figure everyone does. But I guess a lot of people who work didn't have the day off. Should I check out the stream pair thing to figure out why my name's showing up there when it shouldn't be? Stay. Okay, let me go. Let me look at the stream parrot offline here. Yeah, it's. I'm supposed to be ignored. I'm wondering why I'm not. Is the bot showing up? Yeah. So the ignore list isn't being used. Maybe I need to refresh it. Hold on. Properties. Let me refresh cache of current page. And then let me do the today command again. And then test. Okay, so the ignored list is broken. Ignored users list. We'll have to tell Chris that. Look, actually, there's one more thing I can test. I can test removing myself and then adding myself back. Now does it work? Test again. Alright, so it's broken. The ignored users list is broken, so that means all the bots will show up and I will show up in the chat. We'll have to tell him that. So, for in case you're like confused what I'm talking about, it's this overlay that shows the chat written by CM Griffing, and it's in alpha right now, so it's expected to have lots of bugs as he's working on it, so we'll have to tell him about that. Right, let me write myself a note, which hopefully I'll start reading these more. Let CM Griffing know that the ignore users list is broken in stream parrot. The in stream parrot probably should go there, right? Oh, I'm glad your weekend went well. How many times did your alter ego die in Minecraft? 0? That's what we aim for, right? To fail less? Okay, a bad script. I think we can just say error bar and expect to get back bar, right? So yes. I'm always torn whether to do the expect right after or do it in a section after we do everything. I think it makes better sense to do it this way. Should expect bar for the result, right? And then the good result should be empty, or expect empty string. Let's just make sure that works like I expect. Yeah, I died only once. Lost 20 hours of work. Oh no! I'm sorry to hear that. But I hope your viewers made the most of it. I think about your stream and I think about other streams and I think, you know, I need to spice mine up a little bit. Have more interaction with the viewers. Have more stuff in the overlay. Maybe some sound effects. But I guess I didn't... I've been holding back because... I don't know. I just don't know exactly what I want, I guess. I don't know. One difficulty I have is I don't know what my viewers want. Just to hear my voice, or would you rather have me have commands when I do bad things, make bugs? Would you want a command bug that does some goofy sound effect, or what? I see other streamers do this, and I'm not sure, like, if it's something people want or not, or if it's up to if the streamer wanted it in the first place, or they added it to make the stream more interesting, or what. We like the sound effects, but it's definitely not for everyone. Yeah, I hesitate to do anything to my stream that would drive people away. I think that's why I don't change things as much. All right. Run the test. Uh-oh. Oh, it includes a nice stack trace. That's good. I guess we can expect that the format's going to be consistent, right? It's going to be whatever we set for the name, line 1 bar. Let's do it here. Foo1 bar. Oh, I did it in the wrong place. Should go here, right? foo1 bar. Oops, I already wrote the bar. And then a new line. Let me do it like this to indicate that it's multi-line. And then stack trace back. A tab, a C in function error. Tab foo1 in main chunk. All right. I don't know if it has a new line at the end or not. I also don't know if the carriage returns. Okay, I guess it worked. Probably want a longer cooldown, perhaps even a global sound cooldown, so only one per minute or something. Just be me, be authentic, that's what people tune in. Yeah, that's the other thing too. Like if I start being non-authentic, I think people will be able to tell it's a sham. So I'll just be myself. I'm kind of a boring person though, so I'm not going to have sound effects probably. That's a lot of EXEs. Yeah, these are all the test runners. So I've been doing test-driven development, Lavetti. So every little piece, like when I made URI parsing, when I have the Twitch API, when I did the transport layer security, timekeeping, email, all this stuff, each one of these becomes a suite of tests. So, for example, this is all the simple authentication. I forget what the SL stands for. It's like simple authentication for email, right? So every one of these EXEs is for a different component, and then we break up like the tests into different classes and then different use cases. So this is a very specific use case of a class that goes into the SASL stuff. Some of them are bigger than others. So like SASL is pretty small. Like that's all of the tests, right? Bigger ones like my game's backend server, they're friggin' huge. So every one of these is like tons and tons of tests. It just goes pages and pages. It also takes forever to run them. And part of that's just I didn't set them up well to run fast. So like these are all 100 milliseconds or longer to run. And also I haven't broken stuff up like the coordinator into smaller pieces. But I do end up, I have the ability to test everything. It just takes a while. Yeah, well, we've been writing it. I've been writing it for over a year now. So I think like roughly a year and 2 months or 3 months ago, we were doing this web server. And so it's just, this is what you get after a year working on a large project. I forgot what the count was, but it's probably over 1,000 tests now. And it takes forever to run them. I need to improve the speed of this. I don't like the fact that each of these takes over 100 milliseconds. Because that means I gotta wait like a couple minutes to run my unit test, and that just sucks. What library am I using to write unit tests in CVP? I'm using Google Test. So gtest command will give you more. I even produced a half-an-hour video for YouTube showing how I set this stuff up. It's a combination of things. gtest lets you write these test cases using these macros to check expectations. And then plugins I use for VS Code allow me to easily run them. I can't run it while it's running, but you can run them either on the panels over here or individual tests, and you can show the outputs and stuff, which is pretty cool. Those extensions are here. The Test Explorer UI is the panel on the left, and the plugin for that for Google Test is this Sketch 2 in Google Test Explorer. So that's what that is. The test runners, I don't know if you can run them in parallel. I think so, but I think within a runner it can't be parallelized. But like if I told this thing to run them all, I believe it runs all these in parallel. Yeah, so I think they're all running in parallel. So it is faster if I break them up into smaller pieces. It's just I've just been too lazy, I guess, to break my game server's tests into separate runners so I could parallelize them. And also I broke my Raft stuff. I never went back and fixed that. Yeah, Google Test is cool. What's even cooler is if, let's say, you are not writing in C++, but let's say you're writing in Lua, right? I have something for you. It's called Moon Unit. And it makes your Lua tests look like Google tests. So I've been using that to use test-driven development for my game scripts. It looks exactly like it was a Google test. It has the same annotations, and I can run the tests and show the results. The debug doesn't work, though. How come it doesn't show? That's weird. It's not popping up this for some reason. That's weird. Oh, because it's still running. Yeah, I keep forgetting. I need to stop that. And then I can show the results here. That's weird. Why does it show it twice? Oh, because I have 2 runners. I didn't think about that. I have 2 runners because it's finding 2 copies of Moon Unit. Anyway, you can see I still have bugs, but yeah, if you like the Google test, and especially how it's integrated into VS Code, the Moon Unit program I wrote that's in my GitHub lets you do the same thing for Lua. All right, let me go back to what I was doing. So this is working, and I can continue to put in the test missing for script host, or I can go back to the original plan, which is I'm going to add something to script host to do the instrumentation of stuff. Oh, I mean, I want to do the call too, didn't I? Shoot, I forgot about that. Yeah, this I need to put in something like function bar, I guess. X. Let's put this into a multi-line thing. Return x times 2 end. And let's say what we're going to run includes oh, wait a minute, hold on. I was going to make the script have a function, and then we're going to have it call a function, right? So script host.call the function name. Oh, and it passes any arguments anything that was pushed onto the stack beforehand. So let's push something onto the stack. Oh, how do I do that? Is it with Lua? Was that how I decided to do it? Huh. Let me look and see how I designed this. Make wrap test pass again? I know, I gotta spend some time on that. I broke it when I went in there and optimized the code. I broke all the unit tests. I've just been too lazy to fix it. This is searching through Google Test. I don't actually want it to do that. Google Test, don't search through that. And same thing with Lua. Okay. Oh, am I not using it anywhere? That's interesting. Is this a dead function? Let me just text something. What if I went and removed it? This might be a dead function. So what if I like deleted it? Would it still build? Oh, look at that. We don't need it. Dead code. Delete the dead code. Didn't need it. Hey there, Romania hate. I'm just doing okay. I'm tripping over my words as usual. I need to slow down and speak only when my brain has prepared the words to say. So one problem Romania hate is I was lazy and didn't make tests for script host. So now when I'm wanting to use test-driven development to add something to script host, I realized, oh look, I didn't even have a script host tests. And then I'm like, okay, well let's test some things I already had going. And one of them was call, and I'm like, wait a minute, I don't think anything actually uses that anymore. I think we want to have this do load script and evaluate. Or let's just do load script, and then we'll have another thing for evaluate. Yeah, sounds good to me. So we'll make this one evaluate. So since this test up here made sure that we can load a good script, this one I'm not going to even look at the return value. And instead I'm going to do a script host.evaluate. Evaluate some script. And then we'll have two entities. How are those entities used? Oh, it just goes into the global. So I can just say like 42 and 16 or something. And if I wanted, I could have this thing make use of that. Just for fun, let's do that. There's a player and a target global. Let's say we'll do x times player plus target. So that means x times 42 plus 16 is what bar, let's say, so let's have it return bar of 3. So some quick math says 3 times 42 plus 16 is 142. Expect 142 for, how does this return it? There's an evaluate result. Okay, so const auto evaluate result equals, let's see, what do we have with this thing? Results and an error. So we can expect false, evaluate result error, and expect that for evaluate result, comma, results. I think that'll work because this has a conversion to string. Actually, that I can actually use the integer version too. There we go. Hey there, Red Sky 1. Oh, and I forgot to wave to Lavetti. Sorry about that. Howdy. What did I do wrong, compiler? Operator equals oh, it's ambiguous. I guess I gotta convert that to int. Alright. It's been a while since I worked on my game server. It was an error. What's the error? Let's see what the error was. Debug. So the result should be a string that has an error in it, right? Attempt to perform arithmetic on a nil value global target. Ooh. The comment said it should be there as target, right? But maybe it's wrong. So this should be a target global. I wonder if I forgot to do that. I forgot to do that. We found a bug. So it's setting player but not target. Okay, let's fix that. Are we doing this not zero check again? I guess so. If target entity is not 0, set it as target, and then do our thing, and then remove it at the end, right? Yes. Pushing nil. If target entity is not 0, then push nil for target. Fix the bug. So this is why test-driven development's a good idea. Yay, passing now. Okay, cool. So it uses these globals, player, target, and then also it's demonstrating it can take the argument from the thing we're evaluating. It takes the globals and works with the function that we loaded there. Should I do one where there's an error? Yeah, let's do that. So let's remove, let's call this a good, hold on. Good evaluate, why did I do that? Good evaluate result, and then I'll have a bad one. And this one will just throw an error. Baz. That doesn't matter. I'll probably end up having the same kind of a stack trace, right? So that will be a true. And instead of an int, there'll be a stack trace if I interpret this as a string. The stack trace will look like that, only that'll be Baz. I think. Let's test it out. Close. Instead of foo one's expression one. Yeah, that's right. Because we're evaluating an expression, and then it's expression instead of foo. There we go. And that should be a T. Yay. Okay, cool. So, I should have done this before, and I didn't, so I made up for it. So let's check it in. So we're adding... I don't need to check that one in yet, because we're not using moon clock. This, let's check this in separately. We're removing some dead code. So, remove dead code. And this one is, this is actually affixed to the target script, right? Let's check that one in separately. This will be add unit tests for script host. And then this one is fix bug in target not given to script host not set by script host evaluate. There we go. Did you write the script host yourself? Yeah. I did it on stream at some point. Script host, really all it is a wrapper for the Lua interpreter. So I didn't make Lua, of course. That was made by University of Rio de Janeiro, right? It's used in a lot of games like World of Warcraft and Factorio and others. All that script host is a C++ wrapper for it. So you can, like this unit test is showing, you can load a script, evaluate an expression, and get the results out. So the implementation of that, like load script, is a standard what you'd expect with Lua. You have to make a reader for Lua, and then you use it with Lua load, and then Lua p call is a protected call, so if there's an error, you can get a stack trace. And I have a Lua traceback function which collects the stack trace if there's an error. You interpret the standard results that you might get from Lua, and evaluate is similar. You load an expression, this time not a whole script, and calling it. The only difference between load script and evaluate, I think, is that in load script I don't have any arguments or return values, but in evaluate I do. Not arguments, but it allows you to have return values, and I collect the return values and wrap them as JSON values in my program. What is the name for the script in load script? It is equals plus name. So it's how you get the name back out when there's an error in the traceback. This name right here, foo, matches that. So yeah, the name in the Lua load is really only used for stack tracebacks so that you know it's line 1 of the foo thing, right? So usually I make that the name of the script the name of the file I loaded the script from, so that when there's an error you can look up what file it is. But if it's an expression, it's different, right? I just do equals expression. I'm not sure what the equals was for. That'd probably be something in the Lua manual, but so it just shows expression if there's an error with that expression. I don't know, because I didn't really need a name. Oh, I hear a beast outside. I need to let the beast in. I'll be right back. I'd like to introduce you guys to my elderly cat. He's my beast. Look at that. He wanted to be let inside. I don't have like a doggy door, so he walks up to the glass door and he just meows until I let him in. Isn't he cute? I had this emote where I was brushing back his fur, and I'm like, that's such a funny face. I'll take a picture of that and make it an emote. Okay, we're done with this, right? I can remove the breakpoint I had. I know, he's so cute. He's like 15 years old though. He's getting he can't really jump up very high anymore. And he doesn't eat hard foods anymore. He's getting old. All right, do I need to test anything more, or am I going to add the instrumentation now? I should probably have tests for this other stuff. Let me make a note to remind myself to do that. I need to do a unit test for currently untested features of script host. All right, but I really wanted to get to the goal today, which is to introduce the instrumentation. So let's make one that instruments. So instrument. How is it going to be? What's the use case? Something is going to tell the script host, start instrumenting, and then later it's going to come in and say, okay, now stop and give me a report, right? And then it might tell it to start again. Yeah, okay. So I think we'll just keep it simple. Instrument start, instrument stop. Actually, let's just test it all together. So instrument. We got to load something. Or do I? Let me think about this. Yeah, script host is nice and separated from the rest of the game, so I can keep it simple. Hey there, retired android. How are you doing? How is being a retired android these days? Let's see. Instrument. What am I going to instrument? Maybe a function that calls another function. So we'll load something. Yeah, let's just load something. Have foo in a bar, I guess. Actually, let's have it call something else twice. Var x plus bar. So kind of like the Fibonacci stuff, but maybe a little bit easier. Not recursive. And then bar would just maybe return x times 2. And I don't really care about the result, do I? Okay. Don't care about the result, but before I run this, we're going to have it start instrumentation. Start instrumentation. And then we'll have a do stop instrumentation. I think just for now, to get started, we'll just have it generate the report the same way the test program I wrote did, which was to make something that looks like this. So const auto report, and then expect equal something for report. So could I just steal this exactly? So let me run the thing on the command line here. It was build VS Code. What did I call it? I can't remember. Oh, it was under moon clock example, right? Yeah, moon clock example, and then it needs a script. So the script is 3 levels up and then down into moon clock source or example. Example source, example Lua, right? And then main. There we go. So what if I just hijack this exact thing and then paste it? and indent it properly. Put that in front of the end here. Do that. All right, and then we need to fix some stuff up here, right? So this was indented by 2. We're not gonna, it's not gonna actually call print. So we're gonna remove that. It's gonna end up, there's no main, it's gonna be foo, and this is gonna be bar, right? And bar isn't gonna call anything. I need to make these match up. Bar is going to be called twice, and foo once, and foo calls bar twice. And I have no idea what these numbers are. Oh, that's right. What will the numbers be? Shoot, that could be anything. You know what I can do? I can just make sure that they are numbers. I know people are going to hate me for this, but I'm thinking about doing a regular expression. If I replace this with the regular expression for a floating point number, then this will work, right? Yeah, just that they're there. Regex, just regex triggers some people, you know? The other thing I can do is I could break it up into lines and just make sure that there's certain things in the lines. What's wrong with my formatting here? Oh, that's what's wrong. Yeah, what if I split it on new lines? Actually, you know what? I don't really care what the format is. I just need to look for lines that have these in them. Yeah, so let me break this up. So we'll need string extensions. By the way, I did this over the weekend. This used to be in the library called System Abstractions, but I moved it out to its own library called String Extensions, and that was painful, man. Like 20 or 30 repositories I had to go and replace this word with string extensions. But now it's nice and separate, nice separate library, apart from the big System Abstractions library. Okay, so anyway, const auto report lines is string extension split the report on new line. And I think we're going to loop through them and make sure that we find both foo and bar. So we want to find them. It should find bar on its own and then find foo. When it finds foo, it should then look for bar after it. So maybe have a state here. And also a couple booleans. Bar found. Foo found. Then a state. So for const auto report line and report lines. I guess I can just pull off, look for the first space. So const auto delimiter equals report line find a space, and then if delimiter is standard string no position, continue. Otherwise, const auto token equals report line substring 0 to delimiter. If token is foo, two things. Foo found is true. We should make sure that it wasn't found before, so expect false foo found. and then state is 1. Actually, I should be doing switch on the state. Case 0. Looking for foo and bar. And that needs to be there. All right. Case 1. What we're going to say here. I'm going to have a problem with that, aren't I? Let's trim the line first. Or no, hold on. I should do this inside of here. Looking for bar within foo. Okay. So, this should have like an else if bar. Then bar is found. Okay. So this one's different, right? I want to say if a report line is let's say if it's empty, or report line, the first character is not a space. I just thought of something too. I really can't do that, because what I want to do is we would return to state 0 and then reevaluate. So I don't want it to I don't want to structure the for loop that way. I guess I can do it like this. Size t line index, report line index. And then while report line index is less than report lines dot size, const auto report line is report reference lines report line index. And then I'll advance that in a couple of these situations. Advance it there. Advance it there. Yeah, that'll work. You can continue from a switch instead of a while, right? But not advance it there. It's just a continue. All right. Otherwise, we're going to look at trimmed, yeah, const auto trimmed report line is string extensions trim report line, and then do this looking for the space and getting the token off. If token is bar, then oh, I need to have another thing here. Bar found, and then bar found alone, bar found in foo. So that goes there, and then this goes here. Oh, oops. In foo, there we go. Okay, and then we should say expect true foo found. Bar found alone, bar found in foo. And should I look at the numbers too? Probably, but not the numbers here. Because I don't really want, I'm not really testing, like this is tested elsewhere. I really just want to make sure that it actually called the right things. the right number of times. I don't even know if I really need to do that. Let's do it. So when I want to find the first non-space after this delimiter. Okay, so let's do this. I'm going to have some repeated code here, aren't I? Let's put the common code in lambda here. So const auto parse num calls is, do I want to capture anything? Let's capture report line and delimiter. It'll say so const auto number start is report line dot find not of space starting at delimiter. Hey there, Rally Monkey. I'm doing some like crazy string parsing and starting to think maybe I should be using regex after all. Oh, and I forgot to wave to Do and Nelu. Hi, I forgot to wave to you. I guess I can just do an assert. False. Or assert true. Really, it's assert not equal. Standard string no position. Number start. Actually, that's not true. If on these lines, I'll never find a space, right? Yeah, let's not do an assert. Let's just say if number start is not equal to... Actually, no. If we get into here, it's because I've gone into one of these things. So that's fine. An assert not equal. Const auto number end. Report line find space starting at number start. And then again, assert not equal. And then return string extensions. Actually, not return. Const auto to integer result equals to integer. The string, which is report line substring number start. And then the count is number end minus number start. And where to put the number? What is this? Oh, I remember how this works. That's an enum result, right? Int max t. So return the number. I can just assert here. Assert equal. This, it returns an enum thingy. To integer result success. String extensions to integer result success. Assert success. Return the number. Why is it saying that this conflicts? No, it shouldn't be void. Why does it say that? I think it's just confused. I don't previously deduced type void. Why would it say that? Oh, because that's how asserts work. Oh, okay, shoot. So let's move the declaration up and capture it then. Because I can do that. No one can stop me. Don't need to return anything. I just need to capture that number by reference. All right. So then parse num calls, and then expect 1 for the number. And this one will expect 2 right here. And then on this line, we'll expect 2 as well, right? Yeah, and so then I'll get rid of this. And my test is ready, right? I need to move this out because it's shared with the other case. Move that there. Okay, so delimiter we need to define separately. Size t. And then not auto it like that. Or there. Oh, that's interesting. Steam is having trouble. It popped up something on my other screen saying my friends were not available. Oh no, I have no friends. Okay. I'm capturing delimiter, number, and report line. That's fine. Okay. I know, Rally Monkey. It's so sad. Wonder what's going on with Steam. For a second, I'm like, oh, my network connection dropped? But no, we're still doing. Frames are good. Okay, this is a really complicated test, and I know I screwed something up. Is it just start instrumentation and stop aren't there? Also, this might not require string extensions? It does. Oh, because report doesn't exist yet. Okay, so I just need to declare these things. Right here. Stop instrumentation. Now it should compile, right? Looks like it. Compile. Build. Right. It's can't link them because I didn't make implementations of these. Let's go do that. Paste. There and there. And then we'll have this one just return nothing now, just to make it build. We'll save the best for last here. Make sure that the test runs. I have to refresh again? Oh, because it couldn't link before. Right. Whenever you get a linker error, it screws up Test Explorer. It's like, I don't know about that runner. It doesn't seem to exist anymore. Cool. Where is that? We can run all of these, right? Cool. Just make sure this is the only one that's broken. And the results... that it didn't see it in the report. It makes sense. Okay, so let's implement it. Let's save the best for last here. So, start instrumentation. I'm going to want to go to impl moon clock and say start instrumentation, right? It's going to need a clock too. We can set that up separately. Let's define what that is right now. So that is a moon clock. Moon clock. Moon clock, moon clock, moon clock. And that's from the library I just developed last week. Moon clock. Moon clock. All right. And we're going to need to set a timer for it, right? So we can use the time. Does it use the timekeeping? Yeah, timekeeping clock, right? So I can just use that. Make sure about this. Steam shuts down servers for maintenance on Tuesday. I never really noticed that in my Steam, though, while streaming on Tuesdays. I wonder if they do that because it's a de facto standard to do maintenance on Tuesdays? Because, like, World of Warcraft does maintenance on Tuesday mornings, too. Okay, did I include timekeeping as a dependency here. I did not. So let's include that. Or no, wait a minute. I don't want to do that. This should be using, well, hold on. What kind of timekeeping should I use? Should it depend directly on timekeeping, or should I have it? I think because I had it abstracted, right? Where would I find that coordinator? Timekeeping? Timekeeper. Right, set timekeeper. That was obsolete. I've been trying to replace that. Let me search for timekeeping clock. I knew it. There's a wrapper here that wraps the timekeeper to the timekeeping interface. I think I want the same kind of thing. And script host will need to be given timekeeper. Actually, you know what that means? I could just I could have faked the numbers too. You know, I should have just, yeah, what am I thinking? Instead of all this crap with parsing, I should just go back to having that whole list of lines. Yeah, that list of lines there. Because I can simulate time in the unit tests, and I can include all these numbers exactly. I just have to know when the start and stop, when the times are going to be fetched. Yeah, look, I should have just done that rather than all this complicated nonsense. Let's just get rid of this. I don't need to do any of that. So someone go back in time like, what, an hour and tell me I didn't need to do all that stuff. Okay, no one's done it. Shoot. Anyway, we'll know exactly what numbers are there because we're going to simulate time because script hosts will need to be told the clock anyway. So that's what we're going to do. So before start instrumentation, we'll say set clock, mock clock, and then we'll have to have a mock clock, and we'll do it right here, I guess. So const auto mock clock is standard make shared mock clock, which we need to make one, so we'll make one. I suppose we can put it here in an anonymous namespace, or let's declare it in an anonymous namespace. So struct mock clock derives from timekeeping clock. So it means this depends on timekeeping. And Realm Server will depend on it too, won't it? It should already. I don't know why it didn't. Oh, because I hadn't. You're right. The timekeeping isn't in Realm Server yet, probably. Yeah, it's a newer thing. Yep. Okay, so I'm gonna add it on both. Realm Server as well. So timekeeping, and we'll have to have an adapter going from the I guess the coordinator will own this, or will the I can't remember. Maybe the main owned it. Let's look at the main. So did this own a script host? No. So what owns the script host? I forget. Maybe it's the coordinator. So where? Okay, I can just search for script host. Should find who references. Oh, there it is. Where? That's not right. Is it in HCPP? I'm not seeing it. There's the class, but where's the instance? Oh, right there. Oh, the ECS system owns it. Okay. Components. So that's in main. Exactly where though, right? There. Components. Yeah, this thing. Right here. Where is it configured? It's not configured. I guess I have to set it? So components is not doesn't have a configure? It's got to. Let me find it. ECS components. Subscribe to diagnostics. Set feedback delegate. I guess we just do set clock here. So I guess that's something that the main should do. Or wait, hold on. The concept of time is given to this in every call, right? Like, where is it? Yeah, game time is given to invoke systems. But this is a special clock. Oh, so it's going to be a different clock. So yeah, I should just make it directly on the, it should be, yeah, we should just implement it in ECS then. Just make one. Okay. So go back to the last change there. Include the right header. Time keeping clock. And this class needs this override. Here's where we're going to get tricky. I think I'm going to delegate this to a dependency. So, or actually, how about we just give it a list? So properties, and we'll have a vector of some kind, or a queue. A queue would be better. A queue. Because we can say it's a standard queue of doubles times. And then we can just say expect false times empty. Actually, it's got to be an assert. We can't run out of time measurements. And then we const auto time is times front times pop return time, right? Why can't I do that? Oh, is it because it returns a double? Okay, that's a problem, isn't it? I know what we'll do. We'll say if it's empty, return 0.0. I like that better. And then that's a mock clock, right? Shutting down Team Fortress 2 servers for making the server room more comfortable to be in. You mean like it gets too hot? The servers are too hot. We need to turn off the servers for a while. Okay, so we can set the expected times here. Times. How do you construct it? You say equals. And then you can give it like, oh, can I not can't you? You can't preload a queue? Do I have to push it one at a time? Maybe I won't use queue then. Dev docs. Oh, I thought you meant like temperature. Huh. It read like, oh, they shut it down to make the server room, because like the server room maybe got too hot because of the machines running in it. Construct. I can't preload the thing? Actually, you can give it a container. Okay, how come it didn't show up here as oh, it does. It is there. It only I have to use the underlying container. I wanted to give it like a begin end or just an initializer list. Too difficult to use. Vector it is. So that if it's a vector, I can just do this. Vector. Vector there. So that's pop front. And it doesn't need to be efficient. Is there no pop front? What about DQ? Can I initialize a DQ? Construct from a range. Oh, here we go. Or does it take an initializer list? It does. Exact. Okay, what does initializer list take? Okay, cool. So that's what I want. DQ it is. I hardly ever use Q, I think, because it just behaves weird like this. So I can operate like a Q on that side. That has to have a semicolon. Then down here I can initialize it. This will use initializer list syntax, right? So I can just say when we call it the first time, let's make the first time 1.0. And then so this will be start of foo, right? And 1.1 start of first call to bar, and then end of first call to bar, and then 1.25 maybe, or how about just keep it simple? Start of second call to bar, and then I'll advance it by 0.2, end of second call to bar, and then 1.6 end of foo. So I know exactly what numbers I'll get, right? Set clock I need to define, but the numbers will be, the minimum for bar will be 0.1. The maximum for bar will be 0.2. Total will be 0.3. Average will be 0.15. All right, and then foo, the minimum and the maximum will be both 0.6. Right, and so will the average and the total. All of these will be. Just put it in the clipboard. And then the total for bar will be 0.3. There we go. That's exactly what I should get in exactly that order, right? Because it's sorted and all that stuff. I did sorted, right? Yeah, it's sorted by, it's sorted alphabetically so I can get predictable results. Okay, so I just need to have the clock injected in. Yeah, kind of up here, I guess. Sure. Set clock, so void shared pointer to a timekeeping clock. And we'll need to include that header. Okay, and then let's implement that. So impl clock is clock. Too bad I'm using the word clock twice. Standard share... Oop. Hold on. If I'm using standard share pointer, okay, I do have memory. Good. Standard shared pointer to timekeeping clock. Oh, and I made the same mistake again, didn't I? If you initialize with that, you should use const. Or I can do move assignment. Let's just do move assignment. So that's standard move. That. And then to avoid an extra add ref, release ref. Okay. And then before I forget, let me put in the integration level. So that's in the main, right? I was going to copy from what I had in timekeeping clock. I made an adapter in the web server, right? Temporary wrapper to adapt it. So that's what we're going to do in the main program. Right here. So let's define that somewhere. Where would be a good place? Maybe right here. Clock wrapper, it implements that interface in terms of a... Okay, we don't need... There's no timekeeper. What's the interface I'm using for a clock? I do have a timekeeper. Where's my timekeeper? Oh, it's right there. Okay. So it's just a timekeeper. Okay, and then I just need to make one of these. Probably just wherever I define the timekeeper. Where is that? Up here somewhere. Time, here it is. Let's just make it right here. Const auto. What do I call it? I just named it something. Clock wrapper. Clock wrapper is standard make, oops, shared clock wrapper, and then it takes the timekeeper as an argument. And let me fix that also. This should be a standard move. So it's passed by value, so it'll get a reference, and then we just move it in. Okay, and then that clock wrapper, I want it to give it to the script host, wherever I make it. Where do I make the script host? I can't see it in here. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I wasn't going to do it at this level. I was going to do it at that level. Okay, let's move it. Where to do it? Maybe in the no, not the constructor. I guess I could do it in the constructor. It doesn't actually need to be a wrapper. It could just be a plain implementation. Kind of like what this does. This uses an 09K clock. Yeah, let's just do that. Okay, so this thing moves then. It's not a wrapper anymore. It's a clock. Actually, do I want this? My game server's gonna depend on that for... Yeah, sure, that's fine. That's fine. We'll have two of them. 2 clocks. Okay, this adapts, or this implements the timekeeping clock interface in terms of whatever this is called. What do I call this? High precision real-time clock. And then, so it will have Oh, I've already lost it. This. Okay. You want to call it 09K? Because I was being whimsical. It's over 9,000. Because I don't know why. I was just feeling wacky that day. I put it into the 09K interface. Okay, I don't need this stuff. So I just call that did get time. I really should have, that's a private, well, yeah, that should be a class. Well, hold on. No, we'll keep it like that. All right, and then this gets moved to components.cpp. Or the other components.hpp, the one in source right here. And then could put that anywhere here. Let's put it here. Right here. And then this needs to, okay. We need to pull in the dependencies. Same dependency that this has. 09K clock is in here now. There. Same include. Here. Goes in here. How come I can't find things right now? I just put it here, didn't I? Oh, no, I didn't. It's in the header right next to it, right here. Okay. Okay, 09K, there it is. And then that, let's give it a real name, a real-time clock. And then we'll make one of these where? I guess right here. And same comment, I think. Okay. Then I just need to use that in, I guess, the constructor. Find the constructor of components. Where are you, components constructor? Or components impl constructor, really. I'm looking. I'm almost there. It's around here somewhere. Here it is. Right, so you can do it right here. Script host set clock. Oh, and I need to make this a shared pointer. And can I just do make shared here? I think I can. And just do that. Okay, cool. And then that will give it the real clock. Script host set clock stores it, and we end up. Do we end up using it in instrumentation? I don't think I finished that code yet. I did not. That should be in. Why is that an error? It doesn't? Hold on. Missing something. Go to that, please. It does have a method. Why can't I call it? Oh, I misspelled it. Instrumentation. Instrumentation. Okay. Okay, and it needs a Lua interpreter. I think I'm in a bind here though, because that is not being held by a smart partner, but it could, because moon clock is in the same lifetime, I think it's safe to just hack it. Shared Lua, or Lua shared, and then we can say shared pointer to a Lua state. Lua shared is just impl Lua with an empty deleter. And then might as well set the clock as soon as we're given it, right? Right here. Right, do I even need to hold on to it myself? I don't think I do. Let's just say impl moon clock, set clock, and then we don't need to store this clock at all. I don't need that. Don't need that. The clock is set. Start and then stop. And generate report, right? And let me just copy this from the example program I made, because I liked that. Let's just copy that as is. Turning the printfs into stream stuff, I think. So that's impl arrow. Right, so let's use the stream stuff. QRS includes stream. Standard O string stream buffer. At the end, we're going to return buffer string. Okay, and then all these printfs are replaced with buffer shift left string extensions sprintf. And then a lot of these can just be removed because they're static strings, like that and that. And then make sure I am including that. Okay, so that should just work. Oh, that's wrong. A couple of these are wrong. There we go. Almost 2 hours. Probably time to stretch. Stretch while I compile. Thank you for that follow. Stretch wave. All right. Built. Will it run? Let's see. Run. Ooh, it got close. The numbers aren't exactly right. Oh, it put bar after foo? Okay, I need to fix the sorting order then. Okay, we can fix that. I think that's just the only difference, right? Oh, wait a minute. It never showed the call to foo. Oh, because I called bar. Okay, that's the problem. I called bar directly instead of calling foo. Let's try again. Okay, getting there. It says that those lines are different because there's extra space there. Why did I put extra space in the report? Why did I do that? Let's remove the empty space. I don't need it. Yay! Okay, cool. So we can instrument and it all works correctly. Nice. So then, time to integrate it with the server. Pass. Yes. Should I check this in probably though, right? Before I forget. Okay, one thing at a time. Where do these all go together? I think these should just all go together. So this is integrate instrument, well, moon clock with realm server. All right, so maybe from the outside in. So the outside is components. We make an 09K clock, wrap it with a timekeeping clock interface, and give it to the script host. So have components create an 09K clock, wrap it in a timekeeping clock interface, and hand it to script host. Script host is going to use that clock with the moon clock. So add moon clock to script host and pass along the clock given it. So add start instrumentation and stop. Add start instrumentation or script host. Start instrumentation which forwards to moon clock. Start instrumentation. Add script host stop instrumentation which calls moon clock stop instrumentation, and then moon clock get report. To collect the instrument, collect the data obtained by the instrumentation. And finally, formats the report as a big string to be returned. Okay. Then outermost, I should comment it. Okay, so let's go to the include file. Script host. Set the clock used for real-time analysis of real-time for performance measurements of the hosted scripts. This is the real-time. This is the clock to be used. There we go. All right. What else did I forget to document? I didn't put anything there, but I think I'm gonna leave it because I think it's obvious enough. Documented that. Okay, I didn't document those. Start maybe I can steal from moon clock's header. Moon clock, where are you? Moon clock. Yeah, let's just steal from that. I won't need the entire thing though. Attach instruments to all Lua functions. We don't need to say this. Attach instruments to all Lua functions in order to measure their performance. And that's all we need to say, right? And then for stop, remove any instrumentation applied by the last start instrumentation function call, and return a report of the performance measurements made during the period when the instrumentation was in place. Return a human readable report of the performance measurements made while the hosted scripts were instrumented is returned. Sounds good to me. Let me do a pass through here to make sure I didn't miss anything. Wait a minute, what was that? That's just setting the clock, okay. Right, because we constructed in place there. Yeah, okay. Timekeeping is needed there. Why? Oh, for the test mock it. Right. I guess we can put a comment there. This is used to simulate real time while testing the performance measurement use cases of the script host. Sounds good to me. I'm not gonna bother. Well, yeah, I can say something here. Test set up this queue with the simulated times to return from the get current time method. If it becomes empty, get current time will return 0. Sure. Okay, that's probably good enough. That's good enough. No one in chat is yelling at me, so we're gonna go with it. Yeah. Let's build and run the test one more time before anybody can yell at me. Then it's gonna be shipped, and then no more complaining. Why is this taking a long time to build? Is that because all those things depend on the script host? And I lost where the tests were. Show them, please. There we are. Okay, still passing. Good. Committed. Shipped. No more complaining. All right, now I got to figure out a way to actually turn this on and off in real time with the game. So I need both a front end set of tools and a back end set of tools. So I should probably just get this ready to go right now by running the back end and setting up to run the front end, and then let's set up the command structure in the game. So it's been a while since I've done this. The way the front end and the back end communicate in my game is through the coordinator. And so that's a subcomponent of the Realm server. So the coordinator has a table in coordinator impl. That's right. There's a long table of messages that can be received. I guess I want admin messages, right? So it should only come from an administrator. Yes. You just call it start instrument, stop instrument, or start. Yeah. I wonder why I had my... Oh, maybe that's why Yada hasn't been making sounds for me. Been defaulting to have the speaker off on that. Anyway, we're going to make an entry here. Let me collapse this so people can read it. So this is just a dispatch table that if a message comes in with this type, then it will end up being handled by a message handler in one of the many subsystems. So, for example, the raft subsystem handles resetting raft stats. Where would I put the script stuff? I guess it goes with ECS, right? So then I should make a unit test for this ECS in the tests for ECS. Where? No, wait a minute. It's coordinator test ECS. That's right. Okay. New test. Let's make a reasonable name here. Let's call it start script profiling. And stop script profiling. Okay. And model this after one of the other tests that receives a message from an administrator, I guess. I'm looking. Would it be one? Would it be this one? Yeah. So let's pull this one out. Okay. And then paste it here. Okay. So mobilize the server as a leader, simulate an admin connection, authenticate as admin, and then the message comes in. Start script profiling. And they don't need anything else. And what we assert is that it should have gone to the script host and told it to instrument. So how do I check that? Oh, wait a minute. Does this need to be replicated on the cluster? I don't think it does. It just needs to be routed to the leader. How do I route things to the leader without making game commands? It's been a while. Let me find out. So, for example, that chat thing, where does that go? Guess I can find out. Chat. What? What was this before? It was a chat message, so how come there's no chat here? It's a command okay. Oh, it's in here. So it's in messaging. All right. Chat make command? No. Yeah, okay. So it needs the CPP. Chat make command. Huh. How is it routed? I forget how I route commands to the leader that don't need to go through the cluster. I guess I should look at how these templates down here work. I don't need the reCAPTCHA one. I don't need the asynchronous check. Register climate, is this it? Right. So actually I don't want an append command. So is it this one I want? I don't think I've ever actually done one of these. Because most things that come into the coordinator end up going through the raft, they get appended to the game as actual game change commands. This is one that doesn't need to do that. unless I've done it on one of these. Let me look very carefully. Actually, the GM will know which server is the leader. So it could just be a simple handler. Probably one of these would work, right? Like this one. Yeah, why don't I just keep it simple? So it'll go straight to the subcomponent. In this case, it's going to go to the components. So I don't think I mock that, though. These don't actually mock the components, do they? I think I actually have an instance of the components. Yeah. So that would be, where would that be? Common here? Common HVP? What's this long thing? Oh, listing the different subsystems of the coordinator. Right, so components. Yeah, it's the real ECS, so... I wonder why I chose to do that rather than making a mock. Maybe because it was just simpler to do it this way. So it's the real ECS, so it's going to actually go to real Lua and start instrumenting. So I just need to check that it's actually been instrumented. How would I check that? The only thing I can think of is to have it actually do some instrumentation. And this is the real components that's going to use the real-time clock, which is bad. I guess I could have another method of components where I can ask, is instrumentation in progress or not? Or I could just not unit test this at all. All right, I think I know what I want to do. I will, where's the test again? Right here? It's going to send that in, and we'll just go to the components and ask it. So expect true components arrow, and then we'll just make a method. Is instrumentation active? And I suppose we should have it expect false here. Actually, let's have it before and after. Bool or const auto instrumentation active before is equal to that. So before and after is instrumentation active after. So expect true after but false before. Okay. And then stop profiling would send a stop profiling message. And I don't need to, do I need to check? We need to actually send both messages, actually. So this flips them, right? That's expect true and then false. And then we should also get a message back with a report. It doesn't matter what the contents of the report is, just that it's not empty, I guess. Or that we get a message. That's all I really care about. We need to make sure that the message comes from the script, from the script host, right? So just that it follows the basic format. I guess I could just look at the first line and make sure it's all a bunch of dashes. Actually, do I even need to do that? It'll be obvious if it's broken. I'm undecided. Actually, we're not calling anything, so that the report is just, okay, it's just going to be an empty list. So you look at where do we actually get something back? Probably, let's see. Probably one of these. Yes, wait for messages and then we get something back. Exactly. Okay. So should make that part of assert. Yeah, and then we should get back script profiling report. And we'll just have the report be the string. All right, and then the string, it's going to be an empty one. Let's find the last test I did. This one. Take this and make it an empty report, because we won't have called anything. So it'll be empty. That's exactly the report we'll get. I guess so. So then this thing is for testing purposes. Let me put it in here. Components, outer header. Include ECS components. Okay. So don't I have a, here we go. Testing only. Okay, exactly. So we'll just have that in here. Bool is instrumentation active, const. Determine whether or not the game scripts are currently instrumented in order to measure their performance. Return. Oops, why did I hit enter 4 times? An indication of whether or not blah blah is returned. Okay, cool. So I need to put that near this guy. Components. And then I think I'll just hold on to that as a flag. So this will need to have another pair of methods in a minute. So this will have its own tests. Actually, I should have done that first. Or do I? Let me think about it in a second. Let's see. Just store it is instrumentation active and just make that a flag that we hold on to here somewhere. One of the many flags we have. Bool false. Go to the header. This indicates whether or not, hold on. The game scripts are currently instrumented, so that's exact, so there's no is returned. All right, and then that should build, but it's not going to work yet. Now, while it's building, I should think about this. Does components have its own set of tests? I think it does. And I should probably have that in as well. Would it be here? Yeah, okay. So Yeah, so I should have some tests here that are similar to what I did at the script host level. Or, wait a minute. No, it should be the same as, it should be same tests as what I'm doing at the coordinator level. So I can take the coordinators tests here and copy them. And paste them here. There. And just rename the names to protect the innocent. So it's the components directly. Start script profiling. So I don't need to set that up, right? It's just do it. So it's active. It's either active before or after, right? And then just do the thing. Components start. I guess we're going to call it start script profiling. And then stop. So this is act. I don't need to arrange. Actually, this one does have an arrange. The arrange is this part. So arrange is we start the profiling. Then act is we turn it off. So stop. And that will return something, right? Const auto report. And then the assert is that that is true, and we don't wait for messages. We just make sure that that is what we get. It's going to be just that for the report. Report. Like that. Okay, so that means components needs to have a start and stop instrumentation at the public level. So I guess we can put it here. Start script profiling, stop script profiling. Let's document it. Begin measuring the performance of all yeah, I'm just reminding myself. Components, the ECS system owns the script host, so it's proper that we do it here. Begin measuring the performance of all scripts run by the entity component system. Okay, and then stop would be should I make this symmetrical? So stop measuring the performance of all scripts run by the entity component system, and then return a human readable report generated by the, or a human readable report containing performance measurements obtained, containing performance measurements of these scripts run by the entity component system is returned. There we go. And then we'll make these have bodies right here. Right there. Get rid of this comment. Have it return nothing. I just want to make sure it links and then I can run the tests, then fill in the code to make the test pass. Wow, we've gone 30 minutes without any chat. Makes me think chat is broken. Quiet. Quiet. Be very, very quiet. We're hunting wabbits. Definitely broken. Oh, I misspelled that, didn't I? I meant to write hunting and I wrote running. Gotta fix that. I'm gonna fix it in a more convenient place, which is in the game. Quiet. Be very quiet. Hunting. There we go. Fixed. Sorry, working. That's fine. It just makes me a little bit nervous. Oh, I meant to turn a few things off. Should just do it. It's okay. Not sure what happens if I reconfigure things on my stream helper while I'm running. I just need to remember to do that. Never mind, just talking to myself. Okay, so let's run the unit tests. So unit tests are where here. Run breaks. It broke here because it never actually started them. So we can pretend to start them just by storing it, right? True. False. Get a little bit further, right? But very soon I'm going to have to actually delegate it to properly to have it not fail. So that should pass, but this will fail because the report doesn't exist. So to make the report exist, we actually have to run it, so might as well do the right thing now. Script host dot start instrumentation, and then impl script host stop instrumentation, and then return that. So we've connected the script host up to the ECS system for the instrumentation. Oh, there was the bar that bar should be in there. Okay, we'll fix that. Right, the title bar should be in there. This bar, right? Junk. Okay, cool. And then I'm gonna have to have that same bar over in this test too. Might as well put that there now. Okay. So this test will fail because it ignores that message. So let's make it not ignore the message. So the message handler needs to be added. And start script profiling goes right here, right? Make client message handler ECS on start script profiling. And then while we're at it, we'll add the stop as well. Okay, and then those don't exist yet, so we need to add them. Coordinator ECS.HPP. Right, so I think I can just declare client message with these names, right? Stop. Oh, do I need to have on in front of it? What does this actually do? Oh, yeah, I don't want that. I don't want these declares. I just... Hold on. I'm going to declare them the same way I declare one of these guys. Go to declaration. You can do it. There we go. Yeah, so I just want that. Right here. So this function is called when the client sends this message. And then that start and stop goes there. All right, and then I'm just going to copy these and put them in place. In here, should be at the end, right? Paste there. Unindent. I want class prefix there and there. Paste. Go down. Okay. And then here's where we do the stuff. So I think I just do impl And it's just impl components, right? Components start, arrow start, script profiling. And then this one is stop profiling. And then that's const auto report equals, and then I need to generate a WebSocket response back. So let me see where I've done that before. Right here. I've done it right here. So copy pasta. Response is what this test expects. A script profiling report. And then the report will be a JSON string. Maybe say JSON string here. Think I don't. I think I don't. I can just say I can just put this string in here directly, right? And then just send it. There we go. Okay, and then run the thing. Yay, and yay. Okay, cool. So it's fully connected. That now I just need the front end to work, and then I can actually try this live. So that means I can restart the servers already in the test framework. So let's do that. Restarting, and then let me get this win. So instead of looking at the production, let's look at the test framework. Oh yeah, that's right. It takes a few seconds, 10 seconds or so to start the servers. All right, and then I can refresh this. Now it's caught up. Come, I'm not connecting. There it goes. Cool. And here we see George. The first thing he does when the server starts up, he goes killing slimes. And he's doing it very slowly. And it speeds up. I think it's because when he is pathing to his enemies, it slows down. Anyway, I think what I want to do is put it in here somewhere. Like a button, maybe? Start and stop instrumentation. Kind of like how I had it for the golem. And when you hit stop, it would stop it and then give you a report. It would just get the report back, and you'd be able to save it to a file, I guess. So let's do that. Going to switch gears now from C++ to React. Is it Lua in the web browser? No, it's React with Phaser to do the graphics. So that's what I'm about to go change now. Also using Redux. So the WebSocket is handled in Redux as middleware. So we're going to go look at that right now. So I know the C++ and Lua is a little bit resident sleeper for a lot of people because they mostly want to see web dev stuff. But now we're going to go do web dev stuff. So the front end of the game, player console, source, middleware, game, where is it? Server messages. That's where we'll start, right? Because here are the messages from the server, and one we definitely want to support. I already closed it. I have to find it again. Can I just go to the last change? I can. It's the script profiling report, right? So we'll say script profiling report is on script profiling report. And then I'll just go here, const on script profiling report. Dispatch message is probably all I need, right? And we're going to want to put the report somewhere. So, no, take that back. We'll take the report and put it into Redux store. This should, right, dispatch an action. Oh, right, we need to dispatch the action for the store to get the, okay, dispatch, we need to make an action. It's been a while since I've done the front end. Reflect script profiling report. And then we're going to pull it out of the message, right? Or are we letting... Let's just pull it out of the message. There we go. Order by alphabet. Are these ordered by? I try to keep them sorted, but they might not be. Yeah. It doesn't really need to be sorted because this ends up just being a lookup table in JavaScript, but I keep them sorted just for my own sanity. Like, I could have put this at the end or something. It'll still work because JavaScript will end up sorting it internally, or hashing it, I guess, is what it does, right? It's going to hash it internally. This table, message handlers, is just looked up down here. When we receive a message from a WebSocket, it just looks up the handler, and if there is one, it calls it. This receive message is given... okay, I guess I pass it through another Redux action called receive message. Right, because that's in game connection. Receive message, yeah. So ultimately, the way the front end talks to the back end is through a WebSocket, and the message event listener for the socket takes the message, the data, and parses it as JSON, and then takes that and puts it into an action called receive message, and then that goes over to the other middleware here, which takes that message, extracts the type out of it, which we put... I already lost it again. I should have pinned it. It was... where exactly? Here? Yeah. So this type here, let's pin that. That type, whatever you put for type, ends up being pulled out here and used to look up this message handler's hash table. So that's why this string here has to match what I put here in order to call this one. And then here we're just, I don't know if this is the right thing to do, but I call it action refinement, where the original action was in game connection, and it's like, all we know is that we're receiving some message. Game connection doesn't know what the messages mean. It just says it has to be JSON, whatever it is, just put it into this action and dispatch it again. And then server messages, all it's supposed to do is map, pull out the type. So this thing, pull out the type and then delegate it to a handler. And I figured, well, what to do with a script profiling report isn't really the job of server messages. It should be a reducer or another middleware. So that's why we're going to reflect another. We're going to dispatch another action. So it might be kind of weird, and this might not be the best practice, but I have middleware that takes actions and then dispatches refined actions. So one or more other actions based off of what that middleware's job is. So server messages' job is really to just take from the type, figure out what action that maps to. And it might do some other things like this, where if there's a script error and it doesn't come from the leader server, we ignore it. Otherwise, we get duplicate error messages. I always have this dilemma how to order functions, classes, methods. Yeah, I am getting much better results by sorting it by alphabetically, just for my own sanity. So, because in the past I tried to group by similar functionality, and really that's a trap because you'll end up with a huge file that has like 10,000 lines in it. Might as well split it up into different files by functionality, and then within each file, all the functions go together, and might as well just sort them alphabetically, right, to find them easier. And then I leverage heavily in VS Code the control click. So like when I want to see where does receive message go, control click. Oh, there we go. Where's message handlers? Control click that, right? It's very useful. If I needed to find it without control click, I'd probably be searching alphabetically. That's why these are sort of kept that way. All right, anyway, this one assumed we have a new action. Let's make it actions. And I still haven't changed this. The way I'm trying to follow the way that Redux is taught, where the action type is in uppercase snake case, upper snake case. But then I want my methods to be camel case. So Nui actually helped me out a long time ago by having this define action, call it create action, and and also action from type. And this is taking snake case and converting it to camel case. It's an ingenious little thing. So you split it by the underscores, and then for every element, you take the first character and keep that uppercase, and the rest of the string you convert to lowercase. So this, to get this lowercase, I have to define it in upper snake case, and again, alphabetical, right? So reflect script. So we'll go here, right? Define action. So then I have to, this is the downside is I have to manually uppercase this. Uppercase, and then put in the underscores. I've been thinking about unifying this. I would have to deviate a little bit from the Redux, like the way it's taught. That maybe the type would just be the same camel case as the methods. And then I would just abandon upper snake case. Because I don't think technically it needs to be upper snake case, it's just a convention. But anyway, I keep the actions very simple. It's just got a type and a, what is it? An arguments. So it's type and then the rest of the arguments. So in this case, that type has got an argument called, whatever that argument is. I guess that's report. Hold on. This should actually just, how do I? Wait a minute. Did I do this right? It's gonna expand the arguments out. So does that need to be an object? It needs to be an object, doesn't it? Keep it simple? Yeah. I think, how did this work? Let me see how that works. Really? Wait a minute. Reflect script. Oh, because it gets reduced. In the reducer, it just uses the type name. Oh, it's just error? Wait a minute, how did that work then? Hold on. That's not an object, that's just a string, right? How does this working? Ah. Okay, let me look on the server side. Script error. Oh, wait a second. It is an object, I guess. On script error. Tracing it backwards. Wait a minute. Who calls this? Wait a minute, I don't understand this. Did I miss something? Oh, I did miss it. Payload. What's payload? I think it is an object. And I wasn't reading it correctly. So script error. Hmm. Aha. So it is an object that has an error key. That's why I was confused. So this is the error object. So that means, yeah, so these are expected to be objects. So this is not an object unless I say report is that. Okay, so let's at least reduce it. Let's put it in the admin reducer for now. I'm going to call it script profiling report. Script profiling report. Empty string. Reflect. Alphabetical search again. Reflects. There's a lot of reflects too. Right here, right? Reflect script. Not helping. There we go. Okay, return. Unwrap state and put in script profiling report. Action.report. Done. Okay. So should make it into the reducer. And I'll do the front end Chrome later. I just want it functional. So let's make actions to start and stop. Start. Script profiling. That's what the message was, right? Start script profiling, yes. And stop script profiling. Okay, and then those should just go, those are game server messages, right? Or wait a second. Those are really admin commands, right? That send to the game, right? So that should be here. This is the other direction. This is when we're sending something to the server. I figured the admin middleware should do it because this is an admin thing. Actions start. Why am I typing it? Just copy paste it. On start script profiling. And then we'll have a stop too. Okay. Const that equals. What do I need from this? I don't need anything from the action. I just need this dispatch. I guess I'm gonna indent it. So we're not gonna just send to the game. There's like a send to leader. Yeah. We're gonna, okay. Same thing like send to game, but we're gonna do a send to leader. Because the leader server is the one that's actually running Lua scripts. The other ones are not. So, and the message it needs to send is this and nothing else. So that's easy peasy, right? So we can start and stop. Just translates to sending a message to the server. And then I need to connect this into the React side of things to give a nice little pretty buttons. So the React stuff is under views. And let me steal from, see, activities, panels, Golem had enable, disable, on enable Golem, right? So we're going to be copying from there to the scripts panel. So I want props like on start, yeah, on start. Try to keep the names consistent. Start script profiling. On stop script profiling. And we also need to know if it's being profiled. I think I will keep that Yeah, we have to keep that in Redux, don't we? So that should be in the admin as well. Admin reducer. Next to the report, right? What are we going to call it? Like script profiling active or something? It starts as false, and then we'll need to reduce the start and stop ones, right? So sta star stage start. Okay, right here. Case actions start script profiling. Return state script profiling active true. And then stop just clears it, right? False. Can you do script profiling active report, or is it better to have top level keys? Well, the report only comes back from the server. This is going to the server, right? So when we go to the server, all we know is that we've started it. And when we stop, all we know is that we've stopped it. And then the server gives us the report back later. I wanted to like show that it's been stopped, and then suddenly the report will come back. That's why. Yeah, that's why I have them as separate. You're saying why I could just put them into the same thing, right? Yeah. I figured that these are independent because this reflects what we've told the server to do, and this reflects what the server has given back to us. So they're kind of separate. They're handled by different events. Why that in the ternary, not simple? Where did you see that? Oh, like right there? Why not just do that, you're saying? No reason. No real good reason. I think that's just because I'm new at JavaScript and this is easier on my eyes to remember that it's a value. Because in other contexts, if you don't have the parentheses, JavaScript actually thinks it's a function and not an object. So it's just from my own sanity or my own style. Like, I think it's in arrow functions, right? So like, oh, thank you for that follow, by the way. Example, like, if I put that in parentheses, it wouldn't actually, this is no longer code, it's an object, right? But the lack of parentheses tells me it's actually code. So that's the way I've been doing it. I put parentheses around squigglies on things that are objects, and I leave the parentheses off of things that are code, and then I don't get confused. So that's why even in places where I don't need to have it, sometimes I'll put it. Inside of JSON stuff like that, I don't bother because to me it's obvious. Actually, I don't even... Does this actually work? I guess that would work too, but I guess at this point it's like I know it's an object, so I know there can't be code there anyway. So yeah, it's just my noobishness with JavaScript. Safety, yeah, I guess you can think of it that way. Like in math, yeah, sort of. All right, so it's being reduced and sent. So we just need to get its status back in here, right? I need to say is script profiling active? Okay, so those are our props. Let's fill in the props. That's this state admin script Okay, how come it doesn't help me here? Doesn't it know that it's this? Probably not. There's that prop, and then the other two props are start and stop profiling. So that is doesn't need any arguments. We just dispatch actions start script profiling. And I made those actions already, right? Yeah. And then stop. Goes to stop. You show which extensions used for VS Code? Yeah, sure. Extensions. So those are the main ones in chat there. I use a few other ones. Sometimes I'll use bookmarks, but usually I rely heavily on C for IntelliSense, CMake for my build system, and when I'm doing test-driven development, it's the Test Explorer UI and Catch2 and Google Test Explorer. Those two work together to build this list of tests so that I can do things like this. I can say, where's my test? Okay, run it. Show me the log. So those are those last two extensions. Some other ones I use occasionally. Rewrap is kind of nice for doing like an example comment, like if I just typed a bunch of stuff here and I hit Control Q, it rewraps it. That's kind of nice. What else? I don't use Toggler enough, but Toggler is made by one of Adam13531's mods, and it's kind of cool in that if you misspell something, or if you want to, no, not if you misspell, but if you like wanted to quickly change something from true to false, I forget the keyword. Where's the Toggler keyword? How come I don't see it? I don't use it enough to remember the shortcut. I guess I gotta cheat and look at this. What's the hotkey? Control R or Alt R. Okay. Alt R. So Toggler is kind of cool. I don't use it enough. It does stuff like this where oh, Toggler doesn't have toggles. I guess Adam must have set it up so you can have he has it set up so you can do Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. But yeah, false, true. Kind of an interesting thing. What else do I use here? I don't remember setting this one up, but I guess I did in order to format my Lua code. Git lens, I'll use that occasionally. Git lens is useful if you're looking at a file and you want to see what you changed since you last checked it in, so I can go to the Git lens and I can just click that and like, oh, these are the things I added just now, right? So if I accidentally delete a line, I can get it back from Git. Very handy. What else? That's pretty much it. Other things occasionally use for XML and stuff like that. All right. This was the scripts panel. So the props are in place. I just need to put the buttons. So this is where I was going to steal from the golem panel. I had some nice buttons in there. Enable, disable at the top bar. How did I do that? Enable. Okay, yeah, I have a div with the button bar. That's all I really need, right? So back on scripts. Do I want to put it above the filter bar? No, below the filter bar, right? Below the filter bar. So like right here, button bar. And then this is on start and on stop. And then disabled, is active. So it's called start profiling, stop profiling. Let's see what I get. Oh, shoot. I don't have them in the right container, do I? Oh, because I put it inside of there. Okay, this really should go here. Like that, right? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so I think I want to start showing the Redux state, and then start, and then stop, and then see if it popped up here in my store. How do I do that? Just click anything? No, state. There we go. Admin. And if you see a key here, don't worry. It's all test keys. Like that, that's a test key. Don't worry. It's not a leak. Oh, there's my test. There's my profiling result. It's really hard for me to read. But it's there. So we profiled something. So I guess the last step would be to make a nice way to save that. I remember doing this before, right? When I did, where was it? Download, this button. It downloaded it as a file, so I wanted to see what happened there. Hey there, Batcraft. How are you doing? By the way, I should say hi to Tensei, who was chatting a little bit ago. And UndyG. 111. Forgot to wave to you. We were talking about keeping it simple and message function order and all that. Okay, so how to get it saved to a file. Where I was doing this in the in the settings panel. Download. This is not here. Download? Wait a minute, there should be a button called download or configuration. Is it not in this panel because this is an admin feature? It might be. Let me look and see. Admin settings, that's what it is. So admin settings. Download. Okay, so download configuration, what does that do? It dispatches download configuration, which goes where? Aha. It gets a blob and does file save or save as. So I can do that. I can do that in my in the same middleware, can't I? So let's that would be on reflect. One of these, right? Yeah. Actions, what was it called again? I just added it. Reflect script profiling report, exactly. Reflect script profiling report. So I take advantage of the fact that it hits the reducers first and then the middleware, the way I have it written, so I can just pull straight from the source. I can pull from the store if I want, or I can pull it from the message. Either way, right? Actually, I guess I don't really need it to be in the store. So I'll pull it from the action. Action has a report in it, right? And then we'll have a dispatch. I don't think I need a dispatch, actually. Well, just in case. And then it was file saver, right? File saver. Yeah, this thing. So I do the same thing. So I don't need this dispatch. I'm just going to take the report and make it a blob of type, what is it? Text plain. And then put it in there. And then save it as what? Script. A profile. How about profile? Profiling? Script profiling report.txt. There we go. Let's try it out. Hey there, develop it. I'm good, Backcraft. Thank you for asking. Reflect is in the wrong place, isn't alphabetical. Oops. I had to fix that. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, let me fix that. So that's SC comes before SE, right? It goes right there. There we go. I will give Develop It a point for noticing that. Thank you, Develop It. Is that a link to Slack? I can't look at that without logging in, unfortunately. I actually don't even have an account on Slack. Oh, Imagy, there you go. Time spent when learning a programming language. Customizing Vim to actually make it perfect. Nice. I think we all start out as noobs, but we get better, right? as more we practice. Okay, let's try this out. So I can say start, let it run for a little bit, and then stop, and I should get a file. And what's in the file? Gobbledygook. Because why? Are the new lines removed? I have a feeling the new lines got chopped off completely. Why would the new lines get removed? Let me look at the message that comes across the wire when this happens. Maybe get some insight into that. So we're going to restart. Open a VS Code. I think they actually got removed. But we'll see. So start, stop, and then it should show up here. Depending on which one's the leader. Which one's the leader? 10. So that should be this one. So here's the report. I really want to look at it in RAW. How do I see it in RAW format? I guess I can copy and then, whoops, did not mean to do that. New file, paste. Okay, there is something in there. What is that character? What is, let's view hex dump. Oh, I have to save it first? Okay, let's save it. Why does it want to put it there? Let's put it here. Sure, untitled. Now give me a hex dump, please. So what is that byte? What the heck? It's some kind of Unicode? What? E286 B5. I wonder if newer, never become a pro? Actually, I can see it in there. Why is it that it's doing weird stuff with the new lines? Like it actually returned it into a new line Unicode character for some reason. When I did, that's just something with this copy, isn't it? So maybe Toulouse is right. It's just not handled by Notepad correctly. So let me test that theory. So let's close that, and I'm just going to find that in Finder, and let me drop it into here. Okay, so Toulouse is right. The names of the functions are a little too long for the formatting to work. Let me give Toulouse a point. So to make it work with Notepad, I need to make a carriage return line feed, don't I? Yeah, so it's just line feed. I'm being rated. The Alt F4 stream. Hey, how are you doing? I'm looking at performance metrics for my game right now. I just got the first report out and noticed that I didn't give enough width to the name of the function column, so some of them are kind of indented funny, but I did get some numbers out, and it's sorted alphabetically, not by total. Actually, I wonder if I could just pull this straight into Excel and play with it there. Should I try that or not? Anyway, welcome Raiders. I'm working on a game, and it's inspired by Ultima 5, Ultima 4, those kinds of old games. So it's a top-down, tile-based RPG. It's multiplayer, so you can actually play it now if you want. The link is there. And I'm working on making the engine for it. So it's a custom game engine. And one of the things that the engine can do is it can run game scripts that are in the Lua programming language. So, for example, hold on. Let me show you. and under ECS scripts, attack, right? So here is the script that is run whenever a player in the game attacks a monster. So there's a roll to hit, the classic 1d20, and if you hit either critically or you overcome their dexterity, this is subject to change. It's just testing. Then there's a roll to figure out how much damage you did, and it's going to feed back into the game to do certain things that the game does, like launching particle effects, playing sound effects, and then it accounts the hit points. If the monster runs out of hit points, then they drop loot and their entity is destroyed. Otherwise, their health gets updated and that's it. So these scripts are in Lua, and so I didn't have really good debugging tools. So I went ahead and done two things. One is the one I just showing, where I just added these buttons in my admin tool where I can start profiling and then hit stop profiling, and it'll generate a report. And in that report, I haven't yet cleaned it up yet, but it's showing all the functions in Lua that were called, the number of times they were called, and this column here, I can't highlight a column, but where my cursor is over here, that's the total time in seconds for that function. So like, for example, the has component function was called 7,029 times for a total of 228 milliseconds, right? That's one tool I made, and that's measuring the performance of my script so I can look for bottlenecks. For example, the NPC actions took 5 seconds, and you can see the NPC guide act function took the majority of that time. So if I was looking to make my scripts run faster, I would look into this function and see, well, why is that function taking so long? In fact, it was only called 10 times, so that means every time it's called is taking 290 milliseconds. So I can look and see, well, what is that function calling, right? That function is calling the patrol a lot. So patrol is slow. Why is patrol slow? And aggression. Why is aggression slow? So basically narrowing down where all the time is spent in my scripts. Yeah, so a lot of it is spent in the search cost function. And that's where the trail ends. There's has component is called that much, but it's called a lot of times, so that's fine. I think it's just that we're calling the search cost a lot, and search cost is expensive. Oh, you know what? It's not showing me the C++ it's calling from here, is it? This is also a problem. Oh, I know why. I missed something. It's not able to instrument the game's C++ code from Lua because I didn't finish that part. But anyway, that's one tool I made recently that I'm using today and last week. Try to see how much time is spent in different functions in my game in Lua, because the built-in tools for profiling C and C++ and Visual Studio don't really give you a good picture of Lua scripts because it's a different language. The other tool I've been working on is integrating into my test-driven development. So I use Google Test, like a Google Test unit test looks like this, where you're just setting up a scenario and running it and then checking to see if certain things are true or false or that certain numbers are expected. So I did the equivalent for Lua. So that attack script, for example, has a unit test for attack. And it integrates into VS Code because I made a special program called Moon Unit that looks like Google Test from the outside, but when you run it, it actually searches and runs Lua scripts. So it's kind of a fun little thing that the tools think it's Google Test, but it's really Lua. How many languages are involved? There should be 4. Should be over there down there in the stream panels under my stream. I use C++ for the engine on the server for the game, and that hosts a Lua interpreter, which I was just talking about. So that's 2 languages. And then the front-end tool that you're seeing here in the browser is in JavaScript using React, Redux, and Phaser libraries for building the user interface. So that's 3. And then the 4th that I'll occasionally use is Python. So, for example, I have a script that I'll sometimes run off to the side to make sure my game scripts are kept in sync with what I have on my workstation. So it would be Python tools sync. How come it won't find it? There we go. Sync. Script sync. Right, scripts. Name of the test world, and then sync. It connects. Oh, it needs a script path too. Realm server source ECS scripts. There we go. So it connects to the same server that we're connecting to through JavaScript, but it's looking at all the scripts that are in the game and comparing them to what I have in my workstation, and if anything on my workstation changes, it automatically uploads it to the game. So if I went in here and I set, what did I just hit there? That was weird. Nothing got broken with my stream, right? Okay, anyway, where was that attack script? Here. So if I change like this number from a 5 to a 4, right? This will automatically upload the new version of the attack script into the game, so that now it takes effect immediately, which is kind of cool. If I made a syntax error here, well, let's put a syntax error somewhere prominent that we would run all the time, like NPC AI, sure. Actually, I won't be able to find it that way. NPC AI. If I like screwed something up here and I did like put an X there at the end, it uploads that and then immediately we'll start to get script errors in the game. And then fix it, it uploads the new version and no more errors. So that's 4 languages. I've used C and C++ the longest. I've used Python for a few years, and I've used Lua for like maybe a year, and JavaScript less than a year. No, C++, JavaScript, Lua, and Python. So yeah, don't forget Python. It's not in the project directly, but it's in the automation support framework. All right, so yeah, what I've been working on today is the collection of metrics for the game scripts. And so I just got this as I got rated, and so it doesn't look very pretty now. I need to work on this a bit. I need to make this column wider because some of my functions are named wider. And I also have to fix how it instruments the functions that call back into the C++. So right now it's getting to some of them, the JSON wrapper, but it's not getting to any of the game functions. So I need to fix that. I guess we'll just make it wider, right? How many characters longer does it need to be? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Maybe just add 8 characters. These are longer here. So if that's the column and it needs to be that much longer, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. What if we had just 16 more characters? So let's try that. Thank you for that follow. Yeah, let me know if you have any questions. I have lots of commands to answer common questions. And if there's not a command to answer a question, I don't mind stopping and explaining things. So the reports, where did I put those? I put it in script host, right? Script host. Script host.cpp. Here we go. So I think we're just adding 15 more. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Adding 15 more characters for that first column. So that 20 becomes a 35. And then this becomes a 33. And then while I'm at it, is there anything else I want to change from that? I already closed it. Open recent report. Anything else I want to change in this layout? I don't think so. I think for now, just making the columns line up would be nice. Let's just do that real quick. Build. That's going to break some of my unit tests because they expect certain lengths. So let me find those. So close. everything. I'm not going to run all my tests. I'm just going to run some of these. So that one's broken because it's sensitive to the length here, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's a lot of space. But it's correct. It's passing now. Okay, and then these two, right? Yeah. Another place, because it goes through a couple different levels. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So make the test pass again. Okay, and then stop the cluster and start it again. And then, once this comes back up, I can profile it again and see if the profile columns line up. So let's starting up. It takes about 10 seconds to start the cluster because it's not an optimized build. It's all debugging build. And it doesn't just run one game server, it runs 3. And they're running a consensus algorithm. So one server is doing all the game scripts and the other 2 are basically just making copies of all the data as it gets changed. So that if the main leader server were to crash, one of the other 2 servers can take over. Oh, Nui, are we counting CMake as a language? I don't think, in my mind it doesn't really count, but yeah, I use CMake. So CMake, let me show you a smaller one. I guess you could consider this a language. This is what I would consider more like a build system recipe. It's saying that to build this folder, we need to add a library to the project. It's a static link library, and we build it from these things, sources and headers, right? And it just gives relative paths to all our CPV files, you know, all our source code. And then, by the way, for a IDE, we might want to put this in a folder called libraries. And if other projects are going to link with our library, they might need to know where our header files are. So to specify, our header files can be found under include. And if you need to link our library with something else, you'll also need these dependencies. So when you link, also pull in these other libraries. So this gets turned into like a Visual Studio project or an Xcode project or a make file or a Ninja script, whatever you end up using with CMake. So I guess you can consider this its own language. I don't usually think of it as a language, though. Oh my gosh, you had to use the bathroom? Stream is pretty good. How are you doing, Alt F4? Just in time for me to hit this button again. I'm going to run... I've been working on profiling my game script, so hitting the start button, now it's actually measuring, and stop. It should give you back... There we go. A report, and then I can't open it with Notepad because it has Unix style and line endings, not Windows style, but VS Code can read Unix style. It'll say it's just an LF line sequences. And so here we go. I got them all lined up. They're sorted alphabetically. We might want a mode where it sorts it by total time, right? So we can see our bottleneck up top. Been dealing with queue delays from events from Twitch, which has been fun. Oh no. Oh, queue delaying for events. Okay. Interesting. So what does that mean, queue delaying for events from Twitch? Like you're putting it into a queue to delay them? Or that Twitch is delaying them? Okay. So the report looks better. I might want to have it sort by time, or I could just pull this into Excel and sort it by that column, right? I think I want to fix how we instrument the C++ side. It's interesting. We're getting numbers on how long it takes to garbage collect our JSON values. So it ran the finalizer, the garbage collector for JSON values 6,000 times. You know, another thing I'm missing is the total time elapsed. We could probably include that in the report somewhere too. Hey there, Turf Sani. How are you doing? So when an event like a bit or follow happens, you need to delay the event as they are received by the transition time that is set in the database. Okay. Delay stuff is kind of tricky, right? Because then you have to worry about synchronization. That's one big problem that my last job we had to solve, where if you have multiple things happening on different paths and they have different delay between each path, and you need them to come together at the end at the same time, that's called synchronization, and it's easier said than done a lot of times. Been challenging but fun. The name of this game is Omnia Reina. You can check it out here, but just be advised the game is still under construction. It's a custom game engine, and so it is mostly for testing right now. What you'll find there on the main server. So let me go ahead and open a game client to show you what it looks like. This is where you'll start when you first create a character, but as you go through this magic door here, you'll end up in the sewers underneath a town, and there'll be this this dude standing here. He is sort of part of a tutorial where you're just starting out, so you don't know how to play, and he'd introduce you to some of the game concepts. So he also takes care of if any monsters roam nearby here. He'll take care of them for you, so you don't have to. And I've been working on pathfinding for him, so you can talk to him, you can ask him for help, and when you do say you need help, he'll actually lead you out of the dungeon, finding these monsters as he goes. He has a bug right now where he sees that slime, and he's like, I need to kill that guy, and he can't reach him. It's a pathfinding bug. So for now, I had to physically move the thing away. And then George will go back to his path. Wonder why it took him a minute there. Excuse me for a second. Oh, I got too far away from George and he headed back. So if you keep up with him, he leads you all the way out of the level this way. And then goes back. So that's pretty much it. Right now there's some basic combat stuff, but I'm still working on the engine, so there's not much done yet. Yes, I made the game engine. So it's mostly in C++ with some Lua scripts. And the front end is all in JavaScript. And really the front end is mostly collecting the information about what's going on in the game and then showing it on the screen. So there is a WebSocket connection between the front end of the game and the back end. And I don't want to show it for the production system because it'll probably leak stuff. But I don't mind showing you on the local test environment. Let me close that to make sure that it wasn't the production stuff, and I'll reload this. And you can do this too if you're using Chrome. When you connect to my game, you'll notice it'll open a WebSocket. For me, it opens all three because it's an admin tool. And then as things happen in the game, you get messages from the server like particle effects or draw a new sprite, remove a sprite. So that's because George is going on and off of the screen there. When the player moves, it's in the form of moving the camera, so there will be shifts involved. When things move around, there are commands to the front end to say move a sprite around. So everything that happens in the game is told to the client through these JSON messages over the WebSocket. And anything that you tell the game, like moving your position around, is sent in the opposite direction. Here we go. So from the admin side, the admin can just basically create a camera and just set its position. So a real player, it would be asking the game, please move my character one square over. And then the game would either say, okay, or it would say, nope, can't move because there's a wall in your way. Is it hard to program? It depends on what you're programming and how long you've been working on it. I try to keep myself challenged, so making this game multiplayer is extremely challenging. If I wanted it to be a little bit easier, I could just make a single player version of this. And then I wouldn't have to worry about networking or separating the game from the display or anything like that. So it's all relative. I would say at the beginning everything is hard, but then as you start to try to make things, to program things, it gets easier and easier, especially if you start with easy problems. Did I get a degree? Yeah, but it wasn't really something I didn't already know. I started learning programming at a very early age, and I ended up getting a bachelor's degree in computer engineering, but most of the computer stuff I already knew. The engineering stuff I didn't, so that's how I kind of kept myself challenged. So there's like the electrical engineering part of that. But I don't really use that now. These days you can teach yourself to code. You can also get a degree in it, and that kind of gives you the credibility to get a first job, but you don't absolutely need that these days. If you just do stuff on your own and build up a portfolio, like have a GitHub account with lots of stuff there, I would say that that is arguably even better than a diploma a lot of places. Thinking of going computer engineering, I like the mix of computer science and electrical engineering because let's say I got bored of programming. Well, I know enough about electrical engineering to at least, know where to start. So I could do, I understand the fundamentals of filtering, frequency domain analysis, that kind of thing. And so I wouldn't be completely like, I don't know what the heck I'm doing, but I'd still need to study it again. GitHub activity graph. There you go. Well, just think of your GitHub as your portfolio. If I were to go get another job at this point, I would definitely highlight and list all the projects I'm proud of that I have on GitHub. So I think that's a good thing to do. Thinking of electrical engineering before? I mean, it comes in handy even working on software stuff. So if you work on software that is using like audio or video encoder or a decoder, some of the electrical engineering concepts like filtering apply to the algorithms that they use. So it comes in handy. But you can go into other non-computer stuff too. I just like to study. When I was in college, I'm like, I already know the computer stuff. I'll study something a little bit that I don't know to round out my education. So anyway, hey there, Anakin Luke. How are you doing? Yeah, I need to fix the fact that there are missing functions. So the big one we were looking at was search. Which one of these search? One of these search functions was really slow. Okay, we can start with tether. Tether's taking 4 seconds. Right, try position. Path cost. Yeah, so path cost is an expensive one that we can't really see, right? Yeah, it's like it spends 2.2 seconds in path in a test NPC move to entity, but we don't see what it's calling that's taking so long. And I believe it's the game itself. It's calling back into the game. Would you change anything if you go back to college? I'd probably take a minor in what is it? Psychology. Since I find it very fascinating how the human brain works, and I wish I had studied it more in college. But yeah, if anything, I regret not studying things that were off to the side of my main interest. Because if you focus on one thing in college and then you end up changing your mind later in life, it's like, well, I wish I had studied these other things too. And college is like probably your best time and your best chance to learn things outside of your main interest zone, right? So you're challenged to do not just what you're good at, but also side things. Psychology. I'm really interested in mental health, or how the brain grows over time from childhood to adolescence to adulthood, and like how people interact with other people, how social situations work, right? How what makes someone an introvert versus an extrovert, and how does that impact their thinking and their interaction with other people. That's all in psychology, right? And so I wish I had studied it. Neurology would be the physical structures of the brain, right? Or that's not as interesting to me. I just want to know how my mind works and how other people's minds work and how social structures get set up in the first place, how they change over time, and how do you deal with someone who's a jerk, right? Why are they a jerk? Is it because of their experience, or is it their interaction with you, or is it just what happened to them previous in the day? And then how to live with the people around you who aren't like your perfect image of how someone else should be. Like how do you tolerate other people? All that's tied into psychology, in my opinion. Anyway, getting a little bit sidetracked. Thank you for the follow, by the way. I want to add into this list the functions that map from Lua back into my game, and it's kind of technical how I did this. I guess I can show how my game hooks into Lua in the first place. That'd be the first place to look. You were just mad because I took the last beer? Welcome back, Rally Monkey. Thank you for all those follows. Very kind of you. I'm a little bit... Okay, here we go. This is how I link the Lua interpreter back into my game's main functions. There's a game global, and the way you work with Lua is with the stack that's on Lua, so it looks a little funny. But basically, we have a meta table called game that has these functions, these C functions. So these are functions in my game C, C++ that are callable from Lua. So one example would be chat. So I think we were looking at this earlier in the attack script. In order for the script to tell the client that you swung and you hit for a certain amount of damage, that string is collected together in Lua and then sent back to the C++ framework through this method. Game being a global meta table, or a mapping table, I guess you could call it, that has a chat function in it, and that function is not in Lua, it's in C. And the way I have this set up, it's not instrumentable, because the tool I made for instrumenting code expects 3 meta functions, index, and then 2 others, and I forgot to implement those. Have I played Tibia? No, but it was actually mentioned to me a while ago. Someone asked me on June 19th, Eric Bizkick asked me, or said that Tibia is actually one of the oldest MMORPGs still running today. It's basically a knockoff of Ultima. So I have that in my notes to look at, but as you can see, I have yet to catch up in my notes. This was told to me almost 5 months ago. More than 5 months. No, almost 5 months ago. So yeah, one of these days I'll get to looking at that. I have not played it. I have yet to look at it. Yeah, I keep notes of every stream I do so that when people mention stuff like that, I'll eventually, when I have some free time, go look at it. Hey there, Rampage Crumpet. How are you doing? And how come it shows that I didn't say hi to Alt F4 stream? I guess I forgot to wave. I forgot to wave to a whole bunch of people. Let's see. Federico, hi. You'd love to know how the code is influenced by a person's psychology? And vice versa, how human psychology is affected by computer programs in general, right? I get frustrated with computers all the time. I'm sure it affects my psychology. Hey there, if22. Oop, I did the wrong one. Sorry, you got a second wave, Unji. Hi, if22, and wait a minute. Nico Duster, you were asking earlier about the game engine. Hi. And one more person I am forgetting to wave to. Because I forget to interact with everyone who chats, I have this little stream helper, and it records oh, you forgot to wave to this person, and I'm looking for them in chat, and I don't see them. Sorry about that. I guess I'll just type it manually. So rhyme wait, hey, to, there we go. Fixed. Hi, Hank. Don't know why I couldn't find your chat, but hi. What's the difference between a computer engineering and electrical engineering? Computer engineering is electrical engineering plus computer science. At least that's how it was at the college I went to. Like half and half. Half your classes, computer science, algorithms, that kind of thing, programming languages, and the other half, electrical engineering. So like circuits, silicon physics, and frequency domain, and DC, AC studies, that kind of thing. They said 3 about 30 minutes ago. Okay. All right. Anyway, I need to make this instrumentable. So comparing that to what the instrumentation code requires, the instrumentation code I wrote last week, it's a little library called Moon Clock, because hey, Lua is Portuguese for moon, and we're clocking the thing, so it's called Moon Clock. So the way this works is it looks for pairs index and new index meta methods. It's a little bit obscure if you don't know Lua, but basically the index method or entry into the meta table, if it points to itself, that means when you index game, you'll look at its own meta table. So that's how I have just these set into the meta table, so that when you index game chat, it finds it. So, but the instrumentation also needs to new index. New index is if you were to say like game.chat equals, and that's what the instrumentation does. So I need to add that. I think all I need to do is just copy and change that to new index. So basically have it point to itself again. Pairs is another thing though. I got to be careful about this. I think I need a special function to implement pairs. I need to look at what pairs needs. So let's make pairs a function. Pairs, and then a C function called pairs. And I need to make that thing. So let's go to where that's declared. Right there, and we'll add pairs. Keep it in alphabetical order, right? Pairs. And then go to where that's defined. And let's add it where it should go. I realize I'm not doing this test-driven development. That's okay. Let me just make a note to myself. To do need unit tests for components, meta methods, new index, and pairs. I'll do it later. This is pairs. And let me look up and see how I need to implement this. This is a little tricky. Pairs, right? If a table has a meta method, pairs calls it with the table as an argument and returns the first 3 results from the call, so that a for in will iterate over all key value pairs. So I could actually do just what they do, return next the table and nil. That would be the easiest. So I need to actually look up next. So that would be Lua get global, Lua next. And then it wants the table, so that's itself, right? No, it needs the meta. I need the meta table. So Lua get meta table. I think I need the library version. Get meta table. Right. Name is game. Name of the game. And nil, right? Lua push nil. Return 3. Let's try that out. Where you're sitting now with all this knowledge, is it hard for you to figure it out? Sometimes. I think you'll never stop learning. I forget a lot of things too. Just like I learned French in high school and college. I spent like 8 years studying French. Can't speak it anymore because I don't practice it. One thing that really helped over the years is developing a sense of like what to do if you get stuck and you don't know how to figure it out. And maybe it's obvious to a lot of people, but maybe not. Just knowing things like that you can go to online things like devdocs.io to look up documentation, or that you can go to Stack Overflow, right? Stack Overflow. There we go. There's where you look stuff up like Lua pairs, right? And then you would, find that someone else has probably also gotten stuck like you have, and let's see what people recommend you trying. I do that a whole lot. I do it on stream too. When I can't figure something out, I'll look it up. Just remember the bad words that you know when people are saying bad things about you. Oh, in foreign languages, yeah. TDD's not writing tests before code. You should add to write the code. I know, I'm kind of deviating from TDD. The thing is, it's almost 2 o'clock my time, and I get kind of tired. My discipline for doing test-driven development is, like, not perfect. Did this build or not? It did build. Okay, so I'm just going to try it. And, if it fails, we'll just do test-driven development. I'm hoping that it'll just work, so that we should be able to instrument the game functions this way. If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong, and I'll fix it. Yeah, Stack Overflow and devdocs.io. Excellent resources. Devdocs.io is just a compilation of different manuals, so you'll find pretty much every language and framework in here, like anything you can imagine, either whether it's a language or a framework, you'll find it compiled here. And they even got features like you can take it offline by downloading it into your browser, like say on your laptop or whatever, and then you don't need to be connected to the internet to look things up. And then Stack Overflow is like, that's the go-to place these days whenever people run into technical problems. Because undoubtedly, 99% of the time, you're not the first one to run into that problem, and someone has also already given advice on how to solve it. How'd they write Stack Overflow before Stack Overflow? They were called mailing lists and Usenet groups. So you'd still be able to search the internet, but instead of ending up at Stack Overflow, a lot of the time you'd end up on a Usenet archive, and you'd be seeing a message thread, and you still run into that sometimes. Sometimes things don't show up on Stack Overflow; they'll show up in a mailing list archive, like a Linux kernel archive. If you're looking up like obscure information about the Linux kernel, a lot of times you'll end up in the archive for the Linux kernel mailing list. What kind of jobs have you gotten with a computer engineering degree? I had a job working as an intern at a company where they were developing voice encoder decoders. And I think the computer engineering degree just was a prerequisite at the time. So like 25 years ago, it was pretty much a given you had to get at least a bachelor's degree to be seriously considered for a job. Nowadays, you don't need that so much because we have the open source community. You can put stuff on GitHub. You can self-teach. And you don't necessarily need that degree anymore to get a lot of jobs. But yeah, I think it was just to get my foot in the door at the time. Okay, I was running this, so this should restart in the browser here. Yes, it's running, right? Yep. Okay, so let's start profiling, let it run for a while. Hopefully it doesn't crash. The fact that I see particles generated there means it's not crashing, at least. Stop profiling, and then it should give me a report. There's the report. I need to drag it into here. Whoa. Drag it into here. There we go. Okay. Oh, look. We're actually into the game now. That did it. So I didn't need to test-driven development that time. Cool. So looks like the pathfinding is really, really expensive. So on average, it takes 277 milliseconds to do the pathfinding algorithm. We did it 38 times. And a lot of it's in the NPC path cost function. And a lot of that's in there. Oh, is it re-entering the game to test movement? Access check. Oh, okay. And is that at a You know what? I should have another column for like self time. So that minus all of these is what? Probably 0, right? So all of the time is spent in these sub-function calls. So if you haven't seen this yet, this is the profiling report that I had the tool that I wrote do. So it counts like this function in Lua was called this number of times for this amount of seconds total. This is the minimum call time, the maximum call time, and the average call time. And these 5 indented functions are the other functions that this function called. So test NPC move to entity called game access check 3,167 times for that much time. So all of these times plus a little bit more that's spent in the body of test NPC move to entity should add up to this number. And we can use that basically to pinpoint what are the most expensive functions. Like, of all the game systems here, this is a nice breakdown. You can see the cheapest game system is the save, probably because no one's near a save point. And then combat, because probably there's hardly any combat going on. And then the most expensive is the AI, the NPC AI. Lava spent some time, those little pops. Weird that it's only says it's called 6 times. It should be more than 6. Was it that slow that it only ended up calling it 6 times? Could be. Hey there, Tim. I have a Twitter for the game, so that's in the panels below, but I haven't used it much. I'm not really that great with Twitter. What is test? What is test? What are we looking at? Oh, this test NPC move to entity, that is a function. So let's show you what it looks like. That is here. Oh, actually, that's the test framework. The real one is somewhere else. This one. So this script checks to see if an NPC can move somewhere in the game. So it can't move. Actually, it's to check if the NPC can move on top of a given entity. We don't need to consider it if that entity is marked as gone. If the NPC is a guide, then... No, if it's not a guide. So a non-guide NPC is blocked by other PCs and players. Otherwise, we go back into the game's framework and say, can this entity be accessed with these movement capabilities? And if it's a permit, then it's true false, deny it's false true, and if it's a I don't know, then it's false false. I think the return values are permit, deny, so if it's false false, it means it's neither permitted nor denied. So it's not error correction, it's checking to see if the NPC can move in a certain direction. So like when these slimes are randomly wandering around, like if this slime right there tries to move to the left, it will be blocked. Right, blocked. Down, not blocked. Up, not blocked. And the reason why they're blocked can change, right? The slime can't move on the water because the water tile has an access bit field that's incompatible with the slime's movement capability. A slime can't move on top of another slime because literally that piece of code right here. If an NPC doesn't have a guide attribute and the other entity has an NPC component, then you are denied the movement. Need to get the animals cared for and then get into evening dev. Okay. See ya, Tim. Thanks for stopping by. You guys should check out Tim's channel. I may or may not raid him later. I've raided him a bunch in the past, but he's working on his own game engine as well in C++. His games focus on racing. So the latest game is called Turbo Boom, and he's got a really cool, I don't know what you call it, an intro video or an ad or whatever, illustrating the game. It's really cool, made by one of his mods. I wish I had it, something like that. Anyway, looking at these numbers, what else can I learn? That actually index is okay. This means we're looking stuff up in a JSON object. This means we're garbage collect. Actually, it would be nice to see overall how many times that's called. It is called 11,000 times. Okay, I think the next thing I want to know is like what the total real time actually was. I'm surprised that it only called the game system 6 times. Did it really only move 6 times? Because that's not a whole lot. Yeah. Weird. Only called it 6 times. So it took 2 seconds to move? Oh, it must have been profiling when it was really slow. Yeah. Okay. Trailer, that's a good name. Trailer. The total real time just be the highest number in, well, if it's 100% CPU, yeah. But it might not be. So I'm kind of missing that information right now. I don't know what the total real time is. Because if we're not calling Lua at all, then nothing's going to count the time. Unless I put it up here, which I'm thinking I might want to do right now. But I need to take a quick break. Actually, yeah, normally I'd only stream for 4 hours, but if I take a break now, I'd be able to stream a bit longer. So let's do that. I'm going to take a quick break, maybe get something to eat. So maybe 2 or 3 minutes. So I'll be right back. And I'm back. I've been sitting here for a minute eating, but didn't want to show myself eating on camera, so. All right. Hey there, Kinkomatics. I haven't seen you in a while. How are you doing? Hold on a second. I forgot to wave to Tim before he left. I want to mark that I did, sort of, because I did say hi. I just forgot to do it in chat. Okay. I want to see the total time, and actually, I probably should go. I should go back and add unit tests for this stuff, right? I'm being rated by the Michael Jolly. Hey there, how are you doing? Howdy, Raiders. I'm working on this game that you can see right here. Actually, this is the test environment for the game. How was your stream, Michael Jolly? Hopefully you had a good stream. So, for those who haven't seen this before, it's a custom game engine. It's a multiplayer online RPG, and still working on the engine. The back end of the game is C++ with Lua scripts, and the front end is in JavaScript. The connections between them are WebSockets. So in this test area, we have different kinds of NPCs. This is supposed to be a friendly one. He's got a name tag. And these are unfriendly slime creatures. And the Lua scripts involved here are slow. So I've been working on writing some tools to help me diagnose what is slow with the scripts, and so that I can find bugs and maybe calling functions too often, not caching things enough, or just that it's poorly implemented, and improve them and get the game's scripts up to par. So, you recognize that chat overlay? Yeah, that chat overlay is called Stream Parrot, made by CM Griffing. Right now, it's broken in that my chat and my bot's chat shouldn't show up there, but it is, and I was gonna let Chris know later. Is it chat overlay? I can add a alias for that. Alias com chat overlay stream parrot. There we go. Yeah, so CM Griffing made it, and I'm alpha testing it right now. Oh, there you go. Well, we might deprecate overlay, because I might end up having multiple overlays. Yeah, because the chat overlay might be different from the other overlays like we have for featured.chat, for example. So yeah, today I'm working on performance measurements tools for my game. But if you have any questions, let me know. You don't have the time to currently be around here and completely lost track of the game. That's okay, Kimanis. I haven't actually made any progress on the game's lore anyway, so I don't think you've missed anything. So don't worry about it. Probably just add more to that Discord role. Nah, you're not blocking anyone else. When we get to the point where I need like help with the content development in the game, then I probably won't remove anyone. I'll just add more people until we get a lot of... Let's see, there, George got to the point where the slimes got too close and he rounded the corner. He's got some pathfinding code that he does, so he can find his way around that. I made that barrier hook there on purpose so that I could place him on one side and have him walk around it on purpose. So yeah, let me know if you have questions. I'm still debugging why the scripts are slow. And I'm pretty sure it's in the pathfinding, but also there's all the things I'm learning, like the fact that we're collecting JSON garbage so much. We can maybe optimize that away by having a pool of JSON objects that we don't have to garbage collect so much. But yeah, the fact that we're calling it 3,512 times is the problem, isn't it? On average, 100 times every pathfind, we're calling the cost function. And a lot of it's... So this might be something we can cache, right? These access checks, these are really expensive too, because these actually make copies of JSON. That too. Yeah, there's a lot of opportunity to improve this. Yeah, okay. But I want the total time to report. Oh, and I almost forgot again. I'm going to make unit tests for the things I just made before I check it in. So I added just now the pairs and new index meta methods to my game's integration layer between C++ and Lua, because those are required by my instrumentation tool called Moonclock. We actually look for those because that's how the instrumentation tool discovers all these methods in order to instrument them. So I just added that. That's what this green bar means. And I like to do test-driven development, so I really should have a test to make sure that that actually is done. And it should go in the tests for components. So let me find those. ECS tests components. There we go. Actually, that's where I was. Okay, let's put it in here then. How do we know if it's present? I guess we could look it up. So maybe a test for each one. Game supports new index. And I'm going to consider that one word. Yeah, new index. Or ne wind x. Okay, how do we test that? I guess we would write a Lewis script to do it. So kind of like this, we would just evaluate a script. Yeah, let me copy this stuff here. Not that I need all of this, but we'll just make a test based off of some of this stuff. Yeah, I don't think I need it to be this complicated. I think you can just evaluate a script that sees if new index is a function. Hey, Windex for hosting their name ready. I think I can just say, oh wait, can Lua can't get the meta table for user data, right? I guess I can check and see. What is the type of the get meta table for game? What would I expect to get back out? A string that says game, right? Let's see if that's what I get. Okay, what is it telling me? That this can't be cast? What's it trying to tell me? Yeah. So, as a standard string. Or is that an array? No, it's a JSON value. Okay. Just needed to be unambiguous. Table. Okay. So I can call the get meta table of something. So then if I do dot new index, would I get function? No, it's still table. Oh, that's right, it is a table. Because it points to itself. Okay, so really what I want to really check is game is instrumentable. To be instrumentable, it has to be iterated. You have to be able to iterate it and then replace any function. Also look them up too. Right, so we can write a Lewis script to do that checks this, right? How would we do this? First, let's write local functions is an empty table or list, and then function start. And I have to remember, what are the instruments actually? Oh, wait a minute. It's whatever I want. So I don't well, this should be instrument. Function name, and we'll say well, this should all be, this also include table. Or no, we're doing inside of game, so it should just be game. Okay, so game dot name equals function and functions, length of functions plus 1 equals name. Basically, whenever the function is called, add its name to this list. And let's just not call it instrument. Let's call it, I don't know, foo. Well, no, let's call it, I don't know what to call it, so I'm gonna call it foo. So then this should say, what do we want to return at the end? Ultimately, we want a JSON array back. So JSON.array of functions, right? And then this will be a JSON array. And then we have to list all of the game functions. I forgot this part though. For name function in pairs game do end, and inside we would say actually, do I need this outer thing at all? I could just do this inner thing. Yeah. I don't need this one at all. I can just put that there. And then call it, right? And, okay, there can't be a dot. It has to be an index by name. And we're allowed to do that. Normally it's dangerous to change something you're iterating, but I remember reading that we can do that in Lua. If you use the caveat. You may modify existing fields. In particular, you may clear existing fields. So that is fine. We can replace the functions as we iterate them, and then we can just call it. Game. Shoot, how do we call it, though? I guess we just do this. Just call it, right? So this tests the indexer. This tests the new index, and this tests the pairs. So if this all works and we get an array out that is the list of the names of the game functions, then the game is instrumentable. So I just need to list them all, right? Oh, wait a minute. We don't want to instrument the meta method. We don't want to touch the meta methods, though. So I should probably skip them. If name equals pairs, then there's no continue. We can say go to continue. As long as we do this, continue. Index, new index. Just to so that we don't assign to them, because that would screw everything up. So then the other ones, so these are all the expected ones, right? Chat. And every time I add a function, we'll have to do this. Or nah, I think we should make sure it lists all of them. I should also sort this to make sure it's in the right order, or make it a set, I guess. Let me do that in a minute. Access check. We should only do it with functions, right? So if type fn is not equal to function, then go to continue end. So the other ones are not functions, right? Those are constants. So if I need to make sure it's in the same sorting order, I can do this in 2 steps. I can expect equal JSON value type array for evaluate assert results get type. And then I can say standard set of strings function sorted. We don't have set, so let's add it. Have you considered using C++ raw string literals? Not really, because the compiler will end up just inserting calls to C++ string constructor directly here. But let me give you a point for that. It's a good suggestion. Maybe I should get into the habit of doing that. I don't know. I don't generally like look for the C++ version of things that work in C. Like you'll see me a lot of the times include oh, this isn't a good example. Like in the main programs that I have, right? Let's find one. Main. Yes, for example, I'll use printf just fine, even though it's C and not C++, right? Same thing with memory allocation. So my Lua allocator, I'll use realloc and free instead of using new and delete. Because you can. I mean, C just works just fine within C++, as long as you don't mix the, like, if I were to call delete with realloc, we'd have problems, right? So for me, like, C strings work just fine here. Yeah, that's another reason printf is kind of nice for people if they don't like the stream API. I'm not really a fan of the stream API either. Okay, so what I need to do is for size t's eyes, right? This thing dot get size. Plus host I. Function sorted. So we're not going to use the return value. We're going to insert this I. And then we can just compare the sets directly. And that is function sorted. So get it in the correct sorting order. Const char star fragment shader source is that. But is that a C++ string? Oh, it's still a C string literal, but it's written in C++ notation. So that the advantage is what? You can use double quote in there. I just, like, if I needed to use double quote there, I would just escape it. So, I think what you're getting at, like, I wouldn't necessarily need to have the new line and then terminate and begin every line, right? So it might look nicer. I see what you're saying. Okay, so I misunderstood. I thought you meant like when I make a list of strings to use the C++ string literal here, but you're talking about here to make a block of code. I think I might consider doing what you're saying if VS Code supported a different language syntax highlighting of this block. You know what would be cool if VS Code supported this? You could say Lua like that, and if it saw that notation, said, "Oh, everything within here, syntax colorize and highlight using Lua instead of C++." Then I would consider, I think, using the literals that you're talking about, so that I can remove all of these. I could remove all of these, right? You're saying. And then get rid of the new lines as well. Let's see if I can do this the way you're saying. So you're saying I would do like this, right? Perhaps, yeah. Perhaps indent this and then like that, right? Does that include the new lines in the literal or not? It's kind of hard for me to see it. I guess I would have to single step through it and see if there are new line and space literals. So then, like, technically I'd want to outdent that, right? Sea lion does? Okay, that was really, really teeny tiny on my screen for some reason. Oh, that's cool. But is that because OpenGL or SLES or no, GLSL is close enough to C syntax, so it uses the C syntax highlighting? That's what I'm curious about. Maybe, I guess it is smart because it's seeing that precision is a different kind of token than uniform, right? That these are types, so it is smart enough. How did it figure that out, though? Is it just looking at that first line and saying, "Oh, well, that's obviously GLSL"? That's pretty neat. This is how I think this is how it's done in Markdown, right? So it would be cool, and also in Discord. So it'd be cool if that was something VS Code could do, and then it could just say, "Oh, well, that's obviously a Lua script." Hey there, Mr. Love Pickle. You right-click on the string and choose a language. Yeah, that would be cool if I could do that here. Actually, I just want it to work automatically. In fact, I think I might leave it like that. This would still work, right? One thing I want to make sure, this is C++ 11, right? Yeah, I think it is. So I can do that. All right. Let's try it. Hey, it worked. First try. I hate it when things work the first try. Let me remove one string to make sure that it actually is running something. Only like 1% of the time do I ever get stuff right the first try, and that was one of them. So it works. So then I could undo the change I did before in here. Basically remove these lines, and that should break the test. That triple backtick markdown is a GitHub extension? The normal way is indenting. Yeah, but how do you mark the language if you don't use the triple backtick plus language thing? If I just indented it with spaces, then how would I say what language it is? Maybe there's a way, I just don't know. I kind of like this because it functions for both. It's like beginning of the bracket, and by the way, here's the language. And if whatever reader doesn't understand that, they should still understand that that's a bracket. And it's a de facto standard, I guess. I know it doesn't support it, but there's probably an extension for it. If there's not, maybe we should make one. Wouldn't that be a cool extension? We could just look for patterns like this and then use that as the language keyword and just tell the, I don't know if you could tell the language service, hey, use a different language for that part. It would be kind of cool, wouldn't it? I guess the alternative would be I could do pound include of something else, some other Lua file there. Do it. Anyway, that breaks it. That's cool. So we can check this in now. Including the slick new C++ 11 string literal that Lavetti taught me how to do. I kind of knew about that before, but I didn't realize that probably that could allow me to get rid of the new lines and junk. Actually, I do want to check to make sure that the new line is gone. So let me put a breakpoint there and debug, and then step into this. And I want to actually look at that script string. Oh, it's got an initial new line. I don't really care about that. Yeah, but otherwise it has them properly new line separated, and it's got the spacing. So preserve the spaces. It put an initial new line at the front. What about the end? Whoa. Try that again. A bunch of spaces. There are a bunch of spaces at the very end. Why? Oh, because of how I indented it. Yeah. Well, you know, that's fine. There's a whole bunch of spaces there, and there's an initial new line. Do I care? Not really. I'd rather do it that way. And then this is actually the huge unindent is a visual cue to me that we've switched languages. I like that. Let's keep it. The video? Oh, nice. I'll give you another point for that. And then if anyone looks at my notebook, then they got a cool video there. Thank you very much. Should we go watch that video since you took the time to prepare it? Let's look. Context actions, inject language. Oh, that's nice. So we just need that for VS Code, and we need it to do it automatically based off of the tags, right? So what did it exactly say? Inject language or reference. Okay, inject language or reference. I'm wondering if there's anything similar here. Inject. Nope. How about language? I'm going to guess that it's pretty primitive in comparison, and it's whole file context, not line by line, which is a bummer. Anyway, this should work now. Let's check it in. Actually, let me do more than run one test. Let me run all the tests in the components. Oh, I remember breaking these. These broke and I haven't fixed them because they expected that entities start at 1, but the way I had made the test framework, this common setup actually registers, or no, right here. We actually made a zone here, so that broke these tests that expect. And I meant to go back and just bump these numbers up or fix that so they don't use magic numbers. And the same thing here, I think. It breaks because it expects a 1 there, and it's probably getting a 2 instead. Yep. So that's unrelated to my work today. But I do need to fix that. Let me make a note. To do fix broken tests in ECS tests. Components. All right. VS Code, yeah. VS Code, you're fired. Actually, yeah. If CLine supports injecting the language in a bracket, they could make a plugin that just understands these bracketing notations, right? They could. Okay, checking this in. I forgot to check in the work before. Do I check the whole thing as one monster commit? I'm tempted to just do that. Yeah, why not? Just check it all in together. And along with the front end, sure. So this is integrate or add Lua script profiling. There we go. Do I want to break it down here? So this is I'm missing something, aren't I? Oh no, I'm not. Wait a minute. It was already in there, so I'm not adding it. Shoot, what was the last commit? Okay, so what did I... The last one was to integrate it in. Oh, this was connected to the game server. Okay, so some of these, actually, I want to... Some of these are fixes, so in the script host, that was just a formatting change, right? So let's check that in by itself. So widen function name column in script profiling report. We did that. Right, this is the control through the coordinator. But this we could do separate. Hold on. Let's check in this one first, the pairs thing, because I feel that that should be a separate thing. That separate from this. Okay, so that's turning it on and off. This is allowing the games to be instrumental, because this is make game script object instrumentable. Add pairs and new index meta methods to the game script object so that moon clock can instrument its functions. All right. This is allowing it to be turned on and off. So add ability to turn to start and stop instrumentation through ACS script instrumentation. Does that go with this? No, that's the control for the coordinator. Those are the coordinator changes. This though should be added. Yep, that goes with that. Cool. Right, so this is, I guess this is the last of it, right? Oh shoot. That goes with that. That's the include. I'm glad I found that before I made another commit. Okay. So this is the coordinator stuff. So that's the back end and the front end of add admin controls to instrument game scripts and fetch report, a return report. There we go. Let's remove the untitled. Push that. Okay. Okay, see you, Toulouse. Thanks for being here. I need to eat lunch soon. All right. I wanted to get the total game time in there too. Need to write some docs for command line tool and host them. Anyone have recommendations for tools? There was what? Could you just make it part of DevDocs? Can you upload your own stuff for DevDocs? How does this configured? Like, how do you add to their documentation set? Oh, vote. Okay, where does that go? Interesting. So you'd have to get through this thing. But what you might do, I wonder if they support like custom. They support uploading a custom one? Okay, they don't. Shoot. I was thinking if this one supported a custom format, then you could, that there probably would be tools to build your own doc set. And then if you had a doc set, I seem to recall that the doc set format is somewhat standard, that you can make a doc set and then plug it into something like DevDocs. Or the offline tools I used to use were dash manual dash. How come I'm not seeing it? It's for the Mac. Dash. API documentation browser, right? So this one, right, you can generate your own doc sets. Here we go. So it looks like you can pick any one of these kinds of formats. JS doc, Doxygen, Go, any of these. And I'm pretty sure that the doc set format that this tool uses is somewhat standardized. Because they talk about that there are third-party doc sets for like extremely large set of things. So I would look into this stuff, atomic nibble. That just find a tool that you like out of all the tools that people use for making dock sets. Yeah, good luck with that. There's another thing I remember. I can't remember the name of it, but there's a website that talked about like a proposed standard for command line documentation formats. I can't remember what it was though. Only for open source? Read the docs? Yeah, I don't know. Why is that text taking a quarter of the screen? I don't know. Okay, yeah, I think I want to add to that report, which I don't have open anymore. I want to see the total elapsed time. So let me add a test for that. I should probably make that part of the report. So that means in a couple places I have this stuff, right? So at this level, and at this level, we're going to want to list it, right? Oh, well, that's going to be tricky. Shoot. Because this uses real time. Shoot, how am I going to do this? Oh, you know what I can do? I can include it as an aside. Extra to the report. That's what I can do. How would I do that? I could have this level, this level? No. Hold on. I need to find where that's done. This one. This one. I could include another key value in that JSON object, which would be a total time. Because at this level we have the clock, right? Or do we? No, I don't. But I can make this one return the JSON for us. It's more work than I'm willing to do. What if I just do this tomorrow? Or not tomorrow, Thursday. Maybe, yeah. I don't know. Do I want to keep streaming or not? I really gotta eat, though. Oh, I also got this. Look at this. I gotta eat this sometime. Woo! Peppermint bark from Ghirardelli. Mrs. Raimu got that for me. Oh, you're talking about featured chat. Yeah. That was it. Featured chat. You're watching me while cooking. I'm starving too, Mr. Love Pickle. Let me defer the real-time thing for later. I can actually just measure it right now with the stopwatch. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make the release build of this and then time the release build. Because I haven't done that yet today. So, actually, let's do the debug build first. Because that'll take a moment. And while I'm waiting, let me build the release build. So that's VS, right? CMake dot. And then I just open it and build it, right? After this is done. You gonna finish? Configuration. Okay, there we go. Open up in Visual Studio, and I'm gonna make sure I do the release build. We can close all files. We can just say build. Yeah, this will take a while anyway. So while that's building, we can run this in production. Okay. I want to get a good like 10 seconds test. Do I want to do it while he's in combat or when he's just wandering around? I really should try to get a mix of both. So let me start profiling and hit the stopwatch at the same time. And let me grab him and put him over here. Okay, it's already been 10 seconds. Maybe I'll go longer than 10 seconds. Wow, it's really slow. We'll go to 20 seconds. Oh, no, 25 seconds. 4 and 25. Okay, so I got a 25-second report. Need Visual Studio Code, please. There. So there's the debug report. Let me save this as let's not save it. Just leave it in the buffer. Just remove everything else. Close that. Okay. So that's debug. And then this should be, that's still building. I guess I haven't made the release build on Windows in a while. I haven't cleaned up my downloads folder in forever. I have like 30 versions of the config file there. More config file versions. I also need to remember to renew my SSL certificate this weekend, or before this weekend, because it's gonna expire. Okay, should I just study this while it's building? How many times did the systems run? 34 times. So, over 25 seconds. So basically it was max CPU most of the time, right? For 1.3 seconds, it actually caught up. Interesting. Or maybe I didn't time it right? It should have been around 25.2. Interesting. Okay. Anyway, by far is the NPC AI system. So it's really slow, like we thought. It's spending. Okay. Oh, that's going to be hard to see what it's calling because it's going through that. I guess I just look for where else it's spending a lot of its time. NPC act, right? 22 seconds, of which 11 seconds is there and 7 seconds in tether. Guide act goes into patrol, which goes into aggression, which spends a lot of its time in aggro search and also tether. Tether is spending a long time there. Find reachable places is taking a long time. 100 times. Do we have a breakdown of that? Okay, it's the cost function still. Access check. Okay. So really, access check needs to. It's calling the cost function a lot. Is it? How many times does it actually do the path finding? Okay, so it takes 91 milliseconds to do an aggro search. And most of it's spent finding the reachable places. So that's way too slow. But yeah, maybe in release build it's not a big deal. I think the trick would be not to do a search for every NPC every tick, but do it only every once in a while. like only if a player has moved closer. Like we probably, you know what I feel like I'm gonna end up doing in the game is just like the bullet physics system does. If you have like a bunch of NPCs and there are no players in this entire dungeon, why do these guys even need to look for players, right? So we can skip the aggro search altogether if we know there are no players in the entire freaking dungeon. Skip it altogether. And then even if a player enters the dungeon, we could have it where these guys don't look for aggro unless a player like hits some kind of like checkpoint nearby, and then maybe they become active. So the bullet physics engine works the same way. When it knows that like collisions aren't going to happen, like something has reached a stable point and is just sitting there, it kind of puts the object to sleep, so to speak. So it skips a lot of the collision checking and only restarts it up if something happens that it makes it think, well, there might be collisions with this object now. And then it wakes up. And that's how they handle like thousands and hundreds of thousands of objects colliding with each other without like constantly being super lagged. Okay, it's built. So I'm glad I stalled long enough for that. So let me restart the game, but in a release build. So make sure I do this without destroying everything. Let me wait until that snapshot's done. It's one of my batch files. It's update RVS. And remind me what that does again. So it puts everything on the stage, and then it's like serve, right? Because normally I do reserve. Right, so it's just serve. So now we're running the release build of the game. Yeah, it starts up a lot quicker. It's still going to do the 10-second initial raft timeout, so I got to wait for that. And there it goes. And up and running. Now it's for the release build, so this should be a lot more efficient. Let me profile this. So we're going to start, and then I'm going to grab George and like move him in range of something. Okay. These guys I need to move them around because I need George to do some combat. Oh, there he goes. Yeah, so there's no lag at all in the release build. I wonder if it's just a lot of time spent in the debugging code. 25, there we go. They got a much faster response there. Let's take a look at it. Okay, so, oh wow, it ran the game systems 511 times and it only took 1.6 seconds. So what percentage of the CPU is that? Quick math. 1.6 divided by 25 seconds. So 6.4%. That is still kind of high. It is going to slow down the game, right? Because where's the rendering system? Oh, the rendering system's in C++, so it's not going to show up here. It's still the predominant Lua system, though. 1.5 seconds. So yeah, a lot of it's in this NPC act still, and the tether and guide act. Yep. So I need to work on getting this optimized. Find path, yep. So we did find path 252 times. And it's these cost functions that are a killer. So I need to improve the cost function. Even in the release build. I mean, you can see how it's super fast now in the release build. It's only 35 microseconds, right? But it's called 15,000 times in 25 seconds. So what's the frequency of that? 15,725 divided by 25, so 629 times per second. It's doing an access check. Well, most of the time it's doing an access check. That's a lot. I wonder if just caching this would help a lot. Because okay, what would we be able to cache? The access check takes an NPC and an entity, right? So if that entity hasn't changed and that NPC hasn't changed since the last access check, then it's a cache hit. And we would maybe invalidate the cache for an NPC or for an entity if they changed. And specifically the NPC, it's their movement capability, right? Yeah, if I just cache the thing, I could reduce this down quite a bit. And that's 0.5 out of 1.5. So that's a third of the time. A third of the time, it's just checking to see if things can move on top of other things. And all these other things. What are these other things? Has component. Checking if something is an NPC or not. I could totally cache that. And actually, it's a significant amount of time just indexing and garbage collecting on JSON value. What else? What's another big contributor here? Game feedback? That's normal, though. That's going to be whenever something changes in the game. And I think that's small enough. Yeah, again, the pathfinding, most of it... Actually, that doesn't quite add up to 1.09, does it? That adds up to 0.84. So there's like 0.2 something in the C++ pathfinding itself. I wonder why. Or in the Lua, I guess. Or maybe it's... I wonder if it's constructing JSON. We're seeing JSON garbage collect, but not JSON construct. I think I know why. I think the JSON is not completely instrumented. So we're probably spending the 0.2 that's missing from this one here is probably constructing JSON wrappers. 36,000 times. That's a lot of JSON objects. Hey there, A squared. I'm just studying the performance metrics. I can collect metrics now from my game. I can just start profiling, and when I hit stop, I get a nicely formatted report here about what functions in my game are called, what number of times, min, max, average, total. It's pretty sweet. Yeah, 36,000 is a lot. So that's just finalizing or releasing a JSON object. That's a lot of times. But it's really quick, though. Each call is an average of 1.159 microseconds. So even though it's a lot, even though we did it 57,000 times, it only took 66 microseconds out of 25 seconds. So what is that? 0.06 divided by 25. So it only takes 0.24% of the time. So it might not even be that significant. Look at the index is a lot too. So most of this is probably just memory deallocation. So not that that's a whole lot, but I could get that much back probably just by pooling JSON wrappers. What else? What else am I looking at here? Oh, that's interesting. We can see everything that uses that wrapper there. That's kind of cool. Next. Did next get instrumented? Interesting. I didn't notice that. Huh. Okay. That's whenever we do a pairs function call. It returns next. This was one thing I was worried about before, that this might take a lot of time because we're duplicating a lot of JSON right here. So now I'm actually seeing concrete numbers now. So for every 25 seconds, 10 milliseconds was spent indexing a JSON value and 2.3 milliseconds spent destroying them. So it's really not a whole lot. but I'm not showing how much time is used constructing. I'm missing the constructor cost. What else? This one is bad. That we're calling that 40,000 times and it's 0.1 seconds. How did that become negative? Time jumped back 238 nanoseconds. There. I think that can happen the way I implemented my clock, because it's constantly adjusting itself to match the real time, the wall clock. So there's an error of, I guess, around 238 nanoseconds. I think it's just in the error. So that means I should probably chop the digits at microseconds realistically, right? The nanoseconds are in the error. At least for minimum. Yeah, so sometimes it's really, really, really quick. It's so quick the clock didn't actually advance. You got the operation done yesterday. I can only go back in time at most 238 nanoseconds. I don't know how good that would do us. Interesting. Something is still calling Manhattan distance a lot. Can I see who's calling Manhattan distance? Not directly, because it's indirect through that thing. Path heuristic, that's what it is. Most of the time, it's path heuristic. And that is okay. Well, it could be better. Huh. It's interesting that Manhattan distance by itself without calling JSON, I bet it's constructing a JSON value. Let me see. What does Manhattan distance actually do? It's in utilities. JSON indexing. It's also going through math absolute value. What is that showing up as? Oh, yeah, not that much. So is it really just subtracting and adding and returning? That's what's taking it 0.1 seconds? It's weird. I guess because it's just called so freaking much. I'm kind of surprised that arithmetic would be so slow. Unless I'm missing something here. Yeah, I don't think I'm missing anything. Well, I mean, what else does it do? So it does the JSON indexer 4 times. That's why we have 4 times that, right? Roughly. Does that add up? 15604 times 4? Yeah, so it calls the indexer 4 times. It calls absolute value twice. And that's the amount of time that we tracked in each of those. You know what I bet it was? I bet this is including the instrumentation time itself. So I'm not accounting for that. Like the wrappers for each of these are adding something, right? And we're not figuring out how much that is exactly. How would I figure out how much the instrumentation is costing? I guess it would be we would try it once instrumenting these and another time purposefully not instrumenting these functions and compare the difference. Right? Yeah, I'd have to run it once with and without instrumenting these two functions. Get a difference, and then that would be the overhead cost. And I'd probably want to estimate the average overhead cost and remove it out of these numbers, or at least list it. For every call, we'll incur certain number of microseconds of overhead, right? Actually, we can figure that out programmatically. We can actually set it up to do that at runtime, even. Because it's going to be pretty much a fixed cost. Huh, let me make a note to think about that. To do programmatically determine amount of time wasted to instrumentation overhead. Example. Looks like, what is it? What are we seeing here? as much as 10/12, as much as quick math, 10 over 12, like 80, as much as 80% of the time in Manhattan distance could be overhead, or is overhead. Instrumentation overhead. Yeah. We calculated 344 random numbers in 25 seconds. I find statistics interesting. Like, now if someone asks me, how many times does my game calculate a random number? I can say, well, over 25 seconds, it does it 344 times. And we did, we ran the NPC action script 263 times. Actually, how many times did we roll for damage? Roll damage 4 times. So there must have been 4 attacks made by George during that time. Yep, and each time rolled a random number. The item despawn system, pretty lightweight. Okay. I think I'm done looking at this for now. So, next steps. What are my next steps? What did I have on the plan? That's what I was doing, right? I think the next steps would be to try to cache access check. And the other thing that this one does, I believe it is, it's hard to see. That's still only gain us a top of 33%. What's the rest of it going into? Yeah, what's the rest of the time? Is it pathfinding? So it would be the path cost function? Hold on. Where's that? No, that's still only 0.6. So wait a minute. Where is most of the time going here? Okay, sure. And what about that time? Act. Okay. Oh, tether. What's tether doing? Pathfinding and trying to move. And that's also doing pathfinding. Okay, so game find path, how much total? 1.0, okay. Interesting. This also doesn't add up to 1, right? So there's 0.2 missing. Oh, we were talking about this before. I'm thinking it's JSON overhead. So path cost, what's the total for that? Oh. Well, no, this is using the same function, right? I'm having a hard time seeing where all the time is going. The total of 1.6 breaks up, where is, okay, NPC Act. 0.8 and 0.5. Right, and then of the 0.8 that goes into NPC tether. Okay, it's actually a little bit more because it's called from another place. Try position. Right, they both go into find path. So find path should add up to 1, at least. It does. But it ends up going into NPC path cost. So what's the rest of the... Oh! Path cost and moved entity are no, they're the same. Moved entity. 15,000 times, whereas this one is 15,000 times. Okay. You know what would help is like if I was looking at a function like this, if I could see with a breakdown of who's calling it. This is a breakdown of what it calls, but it'd be nice to see what's calling it. Because right now I'm having to search. It's like, okay, what's calling it? I have to search for it. And I'm like, okay, that's calling it 83 times, and that's calling it most of the time. And then of NPC path cost, total is 15,000, so it's all in game find path. And then how often, who's calling that? 344 times. Tether is calling it 252 times. Yeah. It's hard. I need to think about how to make these numbers easier to look at. The total, yeah. I guess my conclusion is there are two main contributing factors. One is the JSON overhead. There's just an incredible amount of it. So as much as I can do to eliminate the JSON overhead, the better. And the other one is inside of the pathfinding, there's this access check. And the other one was the has component, right? Where is it? Has component. Yeah. That I can very easily, I can really easily fix that one. I could just make that something we cache in the framework. And so that could be, even though we call it an extreme number of times, it could be still a low number. Actually, the average is pretty low. Maybe I just need to avoid the extreme number of calls that I make. Add a label like 1 millisecond / 1.45 / 40 US. I guess I could. I mean, I don't mind seeing the numbers like written out in decimals. Update character L is less costly than with component, but you're ordering it alphabetically. Oh, yeah, definitely. I want to do that. Let me give you a point for reminding me to do that. So that might be what I work on Thursday too. There's two things I could do. So overall would be improve performance reports, right? So one's your suggestion. The other thing I was thinking about is export as a CSV, and then I would pull it directly into Excel, and then I would just say, okay, now sort by time. Or even better would be make a report browser like they have in Visual Studio with the pie charts. I don't have any of that readily viewable, but yeah, it's something I can navigate. Basically, have all this raw data, but be able to navigate back and forth and show it visually in some way. Convert it. Yeah, that could be an option. Yeah. Or yeah, or what you said. Yeah. Because that's the kind of that's what I kind of did with the unit test, right? It's like, why make a plugin for Test Explorer when there already is one for Google Test? I'll just make this look like Google Test, right? Hey, look, it looks like Google Test, so it just fits right in. So if I did the same thing with the performance profiler, I just load a report that I make that looks like a C++ report, then it would just work, right? All right. So what am I going to put in here? What I was just saying, right? The suspects for bad script performance. JSON overhead. And the other one was access check. And has component. What is the other one? What was the other one? Close that for a sec. Another thing I could do is have another column that we derive from the other data, which shows how much time is spent just in the function and not the things it calls. Take that back. I don't think I need that right now. Oh, the other thing I can say is unnecessary aggro searching, because we call that a lot. We call it 8,780 times. Although if I knock down access check and has component, the rest is really not that much. So we could afford an aggro search if if these two were knocked down. Yeah. Oh, I guess I could say that, well, that's part of the JSON overhead, right? JSON overhead, especially with any component type, because it's calling it an extremely amount of times. 93,000 times in 25 seconds. A lot of it is in, wait a minute. Oh, right, these are the visitor. Some of these are the visitor functions, the other ones are not. Yeah, I don't think, if I added these up, I don't think I'd get that. I think that a lot of it is in the JSON overhead, and that's a big number. Did I list has component? Yep. Okay, anything else? Find reachable places. Is that just in the cost function? Yeah. Most of it's in the cost function. Okay. Why did launch particle take so much time? Game feedback. Game feedback takes a while. Why does game feedback take so long? Comparatively. I think that's because it actually does raft stuff. So that's a fairly expensive one. So at some point, I might want to consider like batching those, but no, I don't think I need to do it right now. That's the other thing, by the way. I could batch things together. If we have a whole bunch of slimes nearby each other, there's no reason for each of these three to do a separate aggro search. If they're next to each other, they could just share the same aggro search, like as a group. They do that in World of Warcraft too. It'll be if the entire group aggroes, if anything in the group aggroes, pulls aggro, the entire group gets pulled. They're kind of linked in that way. And I think they do that in order to simplify the aggro search stuff, is that they'll represent an entire group of enemies with just one search. And I guess they do it from, I don't know, from the outer radius out or something. and instead of calculating for each one of them, which maybe we could do that too. Okay, I think I'm gonna end it for now. Go get something to eat. So let me shut this down. I'm tired. Hope you enjoyed watching or listening today. Let's see who we can raid. Do you know Java? Quick question. I know a little bit of Java. What's your question? While you ask the question, let me get ready to raid someone. I guess we'll raid Tim again. We get that set up. Why are you saying sorry, Valentine? Whoops. Yeah, you can ask the question. What's the Java question? Or was that the question? Was the question just, do I know Java? I know a little bit of Java. I know enough Java to make an Android app, or at least I did a year ago. It's been a while, though. You wonder if you can run 2 threads? Sure, you can run 2 threads. Threads in Java look kind of funny, though. So, let's get an example. Android start thread, for example. There we go. Auto run a runnable thread in Android. Yeah, I remember this stuff. So, if it's Java on Android, you use these runnable things. And then you have, yeah. I don't remember exactly how these interact, but you have a handler and a runnable. And I guess is thread the normal Java way of doing it? You just make a new thread and tell it to start, and then it has a run function. I think this is the normal vanilla Java way, and this is the Android specific way to do it. 1 thread with a socket server, 2nd with a socket client. Yeah, I think you just make threads, capital T, and tell them to start, and then each thread is a class where you have overridden the run function. So there you go. That's what I would do too if I wanted to have a server and a client. Is have 2 classes. One is the server socket class, the other one's the client, and each one's a thread, and each one has a run loop and does its thing. Yeah. Anyway, kind of zoning here. Sorry. Tim Baudet. Oh, I didn't give you guys the link just in case you can't carry over to the raid. That's what you're trying to do. If you want, we can follow. We can talk about it later in the Discord. You can ask there, and if I can't help you, I'm sure someone else can. There's a special coding channel there you can post questions to. But it's a fun place. Yeah, we need to make it more active by having questions in there. Anyway, I'm gonna be rating Tim. Like I was saying before, he was in the channel earlier. He's an awesome dev streamer on Twitch. He's making his own game engine in C++. He's recently been working on the integration between his game engine and Discord and Twitch. In other words, a bot. But it's a bot specifically for his framework, which is called Turtle Brains, which is what he uses to make his racing games. So I'm sure you'll have some fun. Here I go, I'm hitting the button. Let's all say hi to Tim. So as soon as that's ready, okay. I will not be back tomorrow, but I'll be back in Thursday, so that's 2 days from now. So have a pleasant rest of your day, and see you on Thursday. Bye.